Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we'll be diving into some more Factorio. Now, I haven't quite started the game up yet because I just got done with today's tasks. So I thought, okay, let's dive into the game again. I have been playing a little bit off stream. Oh, hey there, Argron. How are you doing today? Wait, you're in the US, so either this is like super late or this is super early. Which one is it today? Hope you're doing fine, man. But yeah, I've been like working on some business development today again, taking classes, and just barely got done with that. So we were off the hook a little bit earlier today, and I already did everything I had said for the day, so here we are. Let's switch into Factorio while it loads. Get these things closed down. Now I have been playing a little bit of my Factorio save off camera, but nothing too crazy. The most notable thing that's happened since the stream the other day now is that pollution is now getting a little bit out of hand, and as a result, the bugs have started attacking from all over the place. So I've slowly started the process of boarding up the edges out into the water, but we'll see that in a moment. Has been a bit of a, like, these sessions that we're going through on the course can be a little bit like mentally demanding, so sometimes I might not be as fresh as I might be today though. And on those days I'll probably skip streaming with for the sake of maintaining my mental sanity. Also, Restream just got updated with a new UI recently. I think actually it must have been just today then. It looks a little bit different now, but it doesn't seem like at a first glance there's any new features nor improvements to what they already had, which is a little bit sad to see, but you know, it's good to know that they're still working on the platform at least. Most notably, they still don't have the thing where if you update all your streaming titles and descriptions, it doesn't put your description into the Twitch Go Live notification. That's like not a thing, so anyway, so here we have our little island, and I've only just barely started making a defensive barrier to the east here because these alienists on the other side of the water have started like lashing out and attacking across. I have a suspicion there might also be something on the south, but mostly like to the west and to the east. Now I have tried taking out the bases that are currently here before, like you can see some of the remnants around here, but they just come back again. So if I really truly want to get rid of them, I need to make a defensive position all the way out there, which is a little far. Something else that I've managed to achieve since the other stream is that we have electrical pots now, so I can actually like set up electrical inserters instead of requiring steam all over the place, which is going to help out a little bit in terms of logistics and all that stuff. Because having all these pipes everywhere makes it impossible to drive around this factory, really. There's literally no way else you can put it. But yeah, so at the moment, the current objective is mostly just to expand that defensive network so that the factory doesn't get destroyed when I'm looking away. Like, I've already been attacked a couple times now where I wasn't quite paying attention, and as a result, the oh my god, I'm making a lot of turrets now, holy shit. As a result, the aliens actually managed to destroy quite a bit of this factory setup over here, which, like, is really bad because this is the iron production, which is used for the same, like, in order to make said turrets and bullets for said turrets. So, and occasionally we do get attacked here and there. I've put up some turrets wherever like the aliens are getting in. So far it's been holding up, but it's just a matter of time till they like overrun me, I think. So our objective is to make sure that that doesn't happen, obviously. And to that end, we have a couple things at our disposal. We have walls, which I need to remember where am I building the other walls? This is the stone, this goes down here. No, this is iron. This is iron. Where's the stone that here? Right. Because I made a factory for making walls. Good. So let's go and grab some more of those. They at least make it so that I can walk around and do more stuff before I have to go to the defenses and like repair them. Let's see, research wise, I'm not progressing right now because I've researched everything that we can until we get the next tier of research available to us. Oh, too far. So it's gonna be just focusing on all of this stuff, really. And I actually wanted to get some radars up and running, but I think I'm gonna wait with that until we have like a defensive barrier, because shit, where is this happening? Oh, this is not good. It's just a matter of time before that would happen. It's not the end of the world, but it is annoying having to repeatedly replace all these. Oh shit. Good thing I've got these bots with me now. They do help me out. Not just in, like I've got the construction robots, of course, to help me replace whatever gets broken, but I also have these combat robots now that I can throw down sort of like grenades. They're also in the base game, the capsules or whatever they're called. There they go. But these are like steampunk versions of the same thing. So instead of using a machine gun, they use a more equivalent of like a shotgun instead. They do seem to do a decent amount of damage at least. Did we lose like a bunch? I think we lost a bunch of platforms here. Little sticks. Well, I guess we'll just set up these turrets for now and give them some ammo. Because they are most definitely coming from this base up here and possibly these up here as well. But at least for the time being, let's just do it like this and then eventually make like a proper wall and everything. Guess we might also just as well do something here. Put some stuff into those turrets, eh? Ah, there's the wall. So as I said, I've already started making this wall. It's just a bunch of auto gun turrets, which are similar to the vanilla game's machine gun turrets. It even hints at it in the description of them, which is kind of funny. Okay, so we'll want you. It's good enough. I can see they're getting attacked from the north here, actually. And I'm just making like a massive outer perimeter, and the way that we're just restocking these with ammo is just passing it from turret to turret, really. with inserters like so. It does the trick. It's not the most efficient, but hey, it's simple and I really just need some defenses. I try to sort of just follow the topology of the island to a certain extent because I want to make the most out of the terrain that I do have available. Because I don't want to end up in a situation where eventually I just run out of space to build further factories before I have the ability to make ships and trains. I don't think that's going to happen since I did expand the starting area. Oh, hey there, Toto. How you doing? You still awake? Has Project Zomboid been giving you sleepless nights? Train cannon. Train cannon? Oh, you mean artillery? I assume. I don't know why. I was thinking of a mod when you said that, which is actually like a really silly mod. I can't remember what it's called, but it's pretty fun actually. What it does is that it adds jump pads to the game, and as an initial description, it doesn't sound too crazy until you learn that these jump pads can also affect other entities like trains. So yeah, you can like you can make a railroad crossing where the trains jump over each other. I just can't remember what the name of the mod was. I kind of wanted to mess around with it just because of how ridiculous it looks. But I just never got around to it. Jump train, yes. I'm trying to remember what else. Like, yeah, right. It also gives you inserters that can throw items. So instead of like reaching across, they like throw items or something like that. So you can just like fling resources through the air, and it's actually properly made so that it actually works. Oh man, I really want to find a video of it now. I'll do that after I've added these turrets. This is also where that configuration ability here is really useful. Because I can just do that, copy it, and then use the robots to help build it. There we go. Okay, just give me a moment. I'll try and see if I can find that video of it, because there was like a video of the mod in working. Let's see, Factorio jumping trains. Second. It's, what was the mod called again? Rene transportation update. Nah. Toto will assume it's too crazy to miss. Well, so these are the, this is the video that I originally watched. See if like you can actually see the ramps on there too. Let's see, because I do remember he like explains it and stuff, but it's like wee. It just works. The thing I seem to remember is that it can only jump like in a straight line too, so you can't do it at like an angle, I think, because there's only like straight, like horizontal and vertical versions of the ramps. And you can do it like this as well, like where you have a bend, but it does need, like, as you can see, that these indicators is like, okay, how far away and such. I'm pretty sure it's the same mod that allows you to do the throwing of items too. Yeah. It is. Come on. There we go. Yeah, and they have like these jump pads that'll like also like redirect where they're jumping to. It's freaking brilliant. I'll post a link to the video in the chat. But yeah, I do. Yeah, that's right. There is like one thing though. It doesn't, because they like sent through the air this way, it doesn't consider whether or not there's actually any space on the opposite side. So like the only way that you can really deal with that is to make some kind of logic based system where it checks if a buffer chest or whatever is full. But it works. Oh yeah, and yeah, that's true. You can also use it to lay out mines and throw grenades and shit. It's like, it works with a lot of things. I would assume it also works with mods wherever it's allowed to. I think you can also use it to deploy drones and the like. So it's like, you can make some creative kinds of artillery, I suppose. It's like showing it off. Yeah, these are the mines. I don't think this would be too feasible though, because I'm pretty sure if one of them blows up, they all detonate as well. And then the deploying of like capsules and all that stuff. So it's pretty cool. But just the fact that you can like have trains jump over each other with jump pads was pretty entertaining in my opinion. And it's like a fairly simple mod, right? So you can mix it into whatever else you're doing, most likely. I don't see why not, at least. Let's get rid of some of these trees. But it's also like a little bit of a goofy mod that allows you to do some things that are just like not really that immersive. They're funny though, and you know, it's a video game, so why not? And I mean, even if you're playing vanilla, just that feature alone could be a lot to play with. Because it like can change the whole way that you build your factory setups, and especially your train networks. So what are you up to today, Toto? Got any plans for the day? Or is it just, I mean, just, is it gonna be Project Zomboid related? Yeah, let's build diagonally across from here. Maybe just continue up. Oh man. Good thing I put down those turrets out here because they are getting fucking wrecked. No plans. Total not know what to do now because cap server went down. Oh. Okay. So I assume it went down unintentionally, right? And he's probably sleeping or working or whatever, so I assume he's not there to fix it. I don't know. Do my bidding. Sleeves. Ah, crap. Those turrets are not... They don't have ammo yet. Okay, well I guess we'll just have to do this and then get back to that. Where's the mono wheel? Oh shoot, I didn't pick it back up again. Well, inevitably they were going to destroy that turret. And another one. It's okay. But yeah, Toto, that's like the issue when you only have one game that you're playing. Yeah, I don't know what to suggest to you, honestly. But then you're more than welcome to stick around chat at least. But I don't need to tell you that. Yes. I was also saying, like, you're welcome to stick around. Or were you talking about other people's streams? I haven't seen who's streaming right now. How do I want to do this? Not like that. Nope. Yep, it's 11 more days. I haven't forgotten about it. Actually, how's Genshin Impact doing now that I think about it? I mean, if you haven't played that in a while, you could do that. Just saying. There's a wind race going on right now. Not my most favorite of events, but it's pretty okay. Yeah, I've been like watching all the different memes popping up with people saying like, oh, this is like the best character and this is why, in like a funny way, I guess. It do be true though. There are definitely some Genshin Impact characters that are just like the top pick whenever you're like running around and such. The complete Genshin neglect. I mean, you can always return to it, right? You don't have to like play it all the time like I do. Also, you've been preoccupied with other games, so... I mean, me as well to a certain extent. Like, I've been doing the dailies and all that stuff, but for the events, I've pretty much just been waiting around until they were like completely open so you could do everything, and then just like doing all the content in one day. As a matter of fact, I haven't even started on Wind Race myself, and I was in yesterday and I noticed like we got like a message in our inbox saying like, oh, the Wind Race event is ending. even though there's like 7 days left of the event. And that's like one thing where I wish they would like ease up a little bit. I get that it's as a friendly reminder for people who don't want to miss out, but it also kind of makes me feel a little bit stressed that, oh shit, it's like running out, I have to do it now, you know? And I've just been really enjoying like returning to Xenoblade Chronicles. It's like my save is now 60 hours long or something like that. Somewhere between 50 and 60. I could probably complete the rest of the storyline too, but I do want to get into a position where New Game Plus becomes interesting, to say it in that way. I also got like DLC content to play through, including the Xenoblade 1 and 2 crossover, which is kind of cool. It's very interesting. Maybe I should stream some Switch games one day. Just like there's nothing super topical that seems like something I care about streaming at the moment, at least. There's good games for the Switch, but I haven't bought any new games for the Switch in a very long time now. Like the last game I bought for it was... yeah, it must have been Age of Calamity. The Warriors crossover thing. I still don't have Animal Crossing. But now that you mention it, I do need to get back into that game called Grow. I've been playing it a little bit off stream just to get a bit further into it, but I've just been so preoccupied with other things I'd rather do. And it's one of those games where I don't feel a sense of urgency of completing it now or anything, and it's pretty easy to pick back up again. Also, like, one of the next large expensive games that I want to save up for is that what was it called again? It's the not Monster Hunter Rise, but I mean, that would also be interesting. Like, I've played Monster Hunter World quite a bit, but I'm thinking about the turn-based combat Monster Hunter themed game. I can't remember what it was called. I mean, it was called Monster Hunter, but it had like a subtitle to it. Just looks really good. And like a more traditional turn-based JRPG in the Monster Hunter universe sounds really cool. Age of Empires? I mean, Age of Empires 4 as well. Like, that's also something that would be cool. But the thing with Age of Empires is that it leans more towards being like a competitive type of game more than like a campaign. Like, there's a lot of campaign in it, but I think the interest there is more in like the competitive side of things. What are you waiting for? Sorry? Doki V? Okay, it's a video game like Monster Hunter. Alright. Haven't heard about that one. That's probably why, if it's Korean. If it's Korean though, won't it have like pay to win mechanics then? At least as far as I'm concerned and have experienced, almost every Korean game that I've played has had pay to win mechanics in it. Not just like pay to skip microtransactions, but literally like the games are borderline unenjoyable or unplayable if you don't pay to play. And it gets like really expensive if you want to play it at that level at least. It's expected, yeah. Genshin Impact is okay. Like, it's getting a little bit blurry at this point, but for the most part for Genshin Impact, it's more like, you know, you have options on which characters to choose, but with the characters that you do get randomly handed to you through their gacha system, it is still playable and beatable and without like any major issues. Should see its trailer. Oh, what's it called again? Is it this again? Nah. Give me a moment. What was the shit? There was like there was that thing I could do because otherwise you can't post URLs. Shoot, what was it called again? It's been a while since I've used that. I think it's on Streamlabs. Just give me a moment while I find that. I have to log in as well. Oh, good. Right. It's Twitch login. No problem. Doop doop. Doop doo doo doo. And then it's under commands, I think. And then the default commands. Oh, it is exclamation mark permit. Oh, I thought it would like say something. Try and post a link, Toto. I was pretty sure that it would like say like, oh, so and so has a permission to post a link, but it doesn't seem like it did it. Should work though. Oh, okay, there you go. Just makes it easier. So what is Doki V? Pearl Abyss. Oh. It's gonna be special. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is like so fucking loud. Okay, I'm just gonna mute that sound. Because that's probably also copyrighted, who knows. Okay. Do I? No, it's just music. That's fine. It's just upbeat music. Because we can turn on captions in case. This is not exactly what I was expecting. Okay. So what is the gameplay exactly? That's what you mean by Monster Hunter, I suppose. All right. Well, I'm familiar with Pearl Abyss. They're the ones behind BDO, right? Well, I understand the choice of music now, at least, given the visuals and everything. But what the actual hell is going on in this trailer? Hmm. For some reason, I'm also getting weird ass Fortnite Save the World like vibes from some of the, not the combat per se, but like the world building aspects to it. Because that game is also really goofy. Obviously, this is like focusing on kid avatars or whatever with weird ass superpowers, just Asian things. What the actual hell? I mean, you can clearly tell that the production value on all the visual aspects of the game are pretty high. I mean, just those effects are fucking over the top. Also, everything going on in the background, even. But still, like, the only thing I get from this trailer so far is that there's a bunch of toys to play around with, and there's some aspect of the game where you fight monsters. And then you get a sense of the story world, of course. But what the fuck's the game actually about? Like, I want to know stuff like how in-depth the combat actually is. Because so far it just looked like BDO combat, and if it's just that, then it's a hard pass for me. Because BDO is okay. Pearl Abyss. I'm pretty sure it's BDO, right? Yeah. I played a bunch of Black Desert Online, and that was also pay to win. If you wanted to like play it in game, like you could play through the story and all that stuff in the campaign just fine, and then just not touch the game after that. But if you actually wanted to do extended play of that game, you either, and or actually more like a combination of, you would almost like have to devote your entire life to that game and a good part of your income possibly as well. You can sort of make do without doing that, but yikes. They just started eventually implemented like more and more features that required you to pay microtransaction fees to get like small advantages, and I don't like that. Horse dealer, that's funny. A friend of mine, she did the exact same. The main thing that she did or tried to pursue was like breeding higher quality horses. In fact, I think the first proper horse I got was one of hers, really. She did continue on to playing it. I don't know if she still does, but she played it on a pretty high level. But it's like, eventually when we got into endgame, and in order to progress, the only thing left to do at that point was dealing with world bosses that had like global timers that would shift for each day. I was out. It was too much. Too much of no rewards, really. Because the biggest issue wasn't the fact that we had to fight these bosses, but that the rewards were based on everyone's participation according to each other in that fight. Meaning that, in case you don't understand what that means, if you were in a fight with 100 people, you would basically get no loot if you didn't already have excellent gear. And that's just not okay. Because it didn't matter basically how much effort you would put in. because if like it was literally like the top 10, I believe, who contributed to the fight damage wise would get the best loot and the most loot, meaning that if you ranked too low, you would only get measly rewards that didn't allow you to progress. That means for every boss where this would happen to you, which would be very frequent unless you were like an early bird, then you know you never progress. I think I played it for like a month or something, dealing like taking out the daily bosses almost every day. Well, not every day, but at least a couple times a week. And I just never got game progressing equipment whatsoever. And that's when I quit, because I didn't feel any progress and I wasn't even enjoying it, so screw that. Where did I... Oh yeah. Trying to remember where I have electricity poles. Yes. Do I need more of these? No. Actually just need a ton of these. Might as well pick up a bunch. Let's go and pick up more tourists while we're here. You also adopted because of it? Yeah, see, so if and I could be wrong on this because I was trying to understand it back then as well, and I never truly got it confirmed properly, I guess. But as far as I understood it anyway, the reason why they did the bosses was because, and you might be able to correct me on this, my understanding was that on the Asian servers, because the game had been launched in Korea first, like for a year, they'd already had the opportunity to get a lot of the gear and items and all that stuff through alternative means, that because it was like released a year later to the rest of the world, meant that those events and whatever features weren't available to the Western markets. So to try and find like a way to implement it into the game to make those items available, they introduced these world bosses as like a concept. But I don't know if that's true or not though. You let me know. Also because of people that are always on breeding season mode. Breeding season mode. What? Just saying that they were toxic, or are you talking about something else? What I experienced was that players were starting to get bored with the game, so they would start harassing people just by blockading roads and shit. So they would like settle down on the roads between like major trading cities, and they would just like attack anyone randomly riding by with their carts or whatever, regardless of what level they were and whether or not they would even gain anything from it, which as far as I remember was always not the case. And then like what else was there to do in endgame? You could grind in areas for XP to increase your soft level cap, because there's no hard level cap for those that don't know in Black Desert Online, meaning that once you reach a certain level you can still level up, but the amount of XP you need increases like immensely, to the point where you need to kill thousands of enemies even in the best farming zones for just a chance of leveling up. And whenever you die, whether it be to another mob or another player that ganks you, you lose a lot of XP progress that way. If I understood it and remember correctly, you could literally lose days worth of progress within a few minutes just because you died once. Or a couple times maybe. Simply because some other guild contested the area in which you were farming XP. Because different areas in BDO would basically be better or worse XP wise And as a result, like guilds, high-ranking guilds would literally contest mob farming areas just for the ability to get XP slightly faster than others. And BDO automatically enables PvP at like a fairly low level in the large scope of things, meaning that you have always got to be like worried about getting ganked. And there's no way to disable it either, and there's no like, I don't think there was at least any non-PvP servers either, so to be fair, the game centers around PvP, so it's not really like that would make any sense either, but still, it does mean that the end game, or the game in general, is only for people that really enjoy PvP. Because the story was okay, but it felt like it ended very abruptly, and you just get a way better experience with like a literally any other JRPG that exists out there. So could even argue whether it's worth the time. They abuse it to ERP too. Okay, well, I mean, they do that in Conan Exiles as well, which is probably better suited for it for obvious reasons. But I mean, I've experienced people doing that in a lot of games. Also like many years ago in games that you wouldn't even think about people ERPing in. So I don't think any game really is safe for that. I mean, people also used to do it in World of Warcraft, so considering that WoW and BDO are both MMOs, it doesn't really surprise me. I did again. I forgot to pick up the mono wheel. It's also like BDO has that, well, they implemented it shortly after I stopped playing, shortly meaning a couple months. And it now has like some guild v guild territory wars, which sound very interesting, but also just, it's just work, honestly. Just a lot of work. So how I understood it works is that a guild can decide to contest an area in the name of the guild, similar alongside other guilds in the game, and then on a set date, that contested area is basically up for grabs, meaning that a fight will ensue amongst all the participating guilds that have contested that area, and whoever comes out on top basically gets to claim the area.
You played 2 hours to die like this?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much just that. Except it's not just 2 hours, it's like several days. Several real life days. So each guild would like have like an area where they get to make a base, like an outpost or something, and you can fortify that outpost spending in-game harvested resources and whatnot to build fortifications that on the set date will help you in your fight. Things like siege engines and just generally speaking, you know, fortifications that enable you to, I think it's like a respawn point. I never really participated, so my knowledge on this is a little bit uncertain, so my apologies. But I think you get the general gist. And then if you took over that area, like if you came out as the victor, then you would be allowed or able.
You're a fucking nerd.
There it is.
You're a
Fucking deck.
nerd. No one likes you. No one
I just find it really interesting, okay? I mean, it's an interesting mechanic. But yeah, like if you came out as a victor, you would be able to set taxes on all the resources harvested in that area, meaning that, you know, areas that had like really important sources would be more, what should we say, interesting to contest. Oh shit, I need more of these. Okay. But obviously that takes like an entire guild, several weeks worth of preparation, harvesting, grinding resources, crafting stuff, and moving it to that location, all that. And then once the fight is over, regardless of whether you win or lose, all that preparation is like, you know, it poof, gone. So if you don't win, you don't even have anything to show for it, because only the winners that come out on top are actually rewarded with anything, as far as I remember. It was sounded interesting, but I mean, again, it's that whole thing where like, oh, it's PvP, but in order to even participate in PvP, you need to like no-life the game for months on end just to have a chance, right? And again, I think there are way better experiences when it comes to that. It's for some of the same reasons I don't enjoy playing on PvP Arc servers. Yeah, that too. Could imagine just like rolling in. I mean, I guess if no one else contested an area, you would just get it for free without needing any kind of preparation, I suppose. And it's also like you only have ownership of that area for like a month, meaning that each month it changes hands regardless of whether or not... I think even if no one contests it, you just lose control over it or whatever. What I can't remember though is if it also, say the taxes, if it actually deducted any kind of resource gain on your end. I don't think that was the case. Like it was just more like an additive. So like if the tax is say 10% or whatever, just to throw a number out there, and someone from outside the faction harvested, and then just 100 wood, just to mention a number, then the person harvesting that would still receive the 100 possibly, with the faction also getting an additional 10 wood. So like again, nothing is lost, like you don't pay anything. Yep, I saw. I mean, it's pretty obvious when they're all like, you just go back until you see and find it. I got it. Oh, there's a coal deposit up there. I didn't even notice that. Huh. I do really need some radar around here, but this wall is coming along nicely. This up here is a little bit more tricky though, because there's not a lot of terrain here that I can build on. Might have to extend one out too, because I want to make sure that this tin stays available. These foundations are really expensive. Speaking of MMOs though, like my mom really wants me to play Lord of the Rings online with her again. Or not necessarily with her, just again, I think. For context, she's in like she's an older lady, but she's like way further in Lord of the Rings online than anyone in chat will probably ever be. Let me explain. So many years ago, when I was still living at home, my mom always used to be like an avid gamer whenever she like played something that caught her attention for a long time. So she's played stuff like Final Fantasy, all the Tomb Raider games, She's played a lot of the N64 games, Legend of Zelda games. I'll get to that, Toto. Generally speaking, she's played a lot. She's also played Age of Empires 2. Like, I haven't beaten the Age of Empires 2 campaign. She has. Just, you know. But anyway, so many years ago, I was like getting into Lord of the Rings Online to try it out with a friend of mine. And my mom really likes the Pirate of the Caribbean movies and the Lord of the Rings. She's a very big fan of those. And I suggested to her, well, why don't you come and try it out? You know, you might enjoy it. And she immediately went to the, oh yeah, I need platforms, that's what I need. On to the other end. She immediately went on to the defense of saying like, oh, but like, I don't know if I'll be good enough to like do all the reactions and all that stuff because, you know, it's an MMO, so you also need some social skills, and she was worried her English wasn't good enough and all the excuses. But most importantly, I managed to convince her to at least give it a try. Now, I didn't end up sticking with the game because it wasn't like, I do like to try out MMOs, but I rarely ever stick with them for a very long time. Oh, hey Cellfire, welcome too. I'm just talking about how my mom is like a more awesome gamer than you probably ever will be. Nah, joke. But she is a pretty avid and experienced Lord of the Rings player anyway. So basically, she sort of kept on playing when me and my friend stopped. And she hasn't stopped playing. So, not too long ago, I think it was a year or two ago, when I talked to her about it, the Lord of the Rings Online, the MMO. In case you know what that means. It's still going strong. Yes. And a year or two ago, we talked about it because occasionally when I visit her, you know, it eventually happens that we do talk about how it's going and such. They're both technophobes. Oh, Toto. Yeah, my mom is the straight opposite of that, really. So I asked her how it was going because, like, on a previous talk I had with her, she was saying like, oh, the guild had issues and such because yes, she is in an active guild, and yes, she does talk with like people from other countries and such, and English is not her native language, and she's not young anymore in that, like, to say, put it kindly. She doesn't act like she's an old grandma though, but you know. Anyways, so we were talking about the Lord of the Rings Online, how it was going and all that, and she's like, and I asked her, so how much left do you like have to do? It's like, I don't know. It's like, now I've got like every single class in the game to max level. She has done all of the Slayer deeds, which I can explain in a moment, on all the classes. And I think even she's like done all the achievements, which also means she's done all the seasonal events for all those classes. Which basically means whenever an expansion or new content comes out for the game, she's like seemingly fairly quick to like get all her characters through all the content. And it's really entertaining when you can have a conversation with your mom and she starts complaining about noobs repeatedly needing help with the same dungeons over and over again. Yeah, exactly. I mean, she is retired, so yes. But she's literally like complained about. It was funny when she first encountered trolls on Lord of the Rings Online. Like, she didn't understand why people troll and think it's fun. She also has sort of like talked about her annoyances whenever they have to do the same dungeon over and over again, and the people that want to do them don't listen. And they end up getting the entire party wiped and all that stuff. It's fucking great. Like, I really enjoy it because it sort of also tells me that my mom is like doing fine, you know? She keeps herself busy and she doesn't get bored, I guess. Granted, she also does other things than that. She's a pretty active lady. But, you know, it's just nice to have a mom that can relate to video games like that. And it's actually pretty funny or interesting how it all came about. So growing up as a kid and getting an N64 as my personal first console, like we had an NES growing up that was a hand-me-down, but my first real own console was the N64. And one of the games, as I did mention just a bit ago, was Legend of Zelda, you know, Ocarina of Time. But there are a couple things to this. First of all, my parents, you know, were a little bit stingy with money. Like, they didn't want to spend money unnecessarily. Like, they were careful with it, you know? So they wanted to make sure that whatever they were buying was worth the money. Whoa, shit. Hold on. Stupid insects. Okay. I think crisis averted. Where did they come from? Over here, I suppose? Yeah, they are getting bigger now, those insects. Damn it. Okay. Back on topic. So there were some caveats to this. Because my parents, they wanted to save money, and I grew up very close to the border towards Germany. There's this thing where, for some reason, at least growing up, stuff like gaming consoles and video games were cheaper across the border, which meant that they would buy it from Germany, and, you know, that meant a couple things, in case you're unaware. Artillery Ren. I think we're a little bit far away from research. I haven't even gotten to trains yet. I don't even have steel. So it's a bit far away. Let me just check here. Just to give you an idea on how far away that is. There you go. Yep. Long way off. So even prototype artillery, which isn't the greatest, is far off. So the caveat of buying video games in Germany, which some people living around Europe might know, especially in those days, is that they have localization for everything there. If you watch a movie in a German theater, I don't actually know if that's still the case. I think it is. It gets dubbed into German, right? Which means that by default, video games are also as a standard thing localized in German. And that means that in some cases you can't even change the language of the game. Now, fortunately for us, or for me now, that's not the case with Nintendo games, but was with certain other games, including games for the PC. Oh god. Hopefully this is not gonna end up too badly. Okay, let's go and reinforce that before I do anything else. But that was one thing. So the other thing is that my parents were better at German back then than they were at English. So what they did was that in order for me to be able to play the game, because Ocarina of Time is a little bit of a challenge if you can't even read English, let alone there being no like localization for your local language. Danish localization just really wasn't a thing back then, which is a lot better for younger gamers these days, including parents. But it meant that my mom would basically set the games to German, then she would play through the games in order to figure out how to like play them, and then she would sit with me when I would be playing the games to try and help me out getting through them, basically. So that was sort of how she did that. And as a result, she automatically also, you know, got interested in video games herself. Now, granted, as far as I know, she's always been into technology and that stuff. Like we had the first computer we had was a Windows 95 back in the day. But I think that has really like helped her into becoming more of a gamer in modern times as well. And I shit you not when I'm saying this, when she was playing Final Fantasy, she ended out printing out an entire walkthrough of Final Fantasy 7 and 8 in order to 100% complete them. And the reason why is because I don't think she necessarily has that mentality as much today, but back then her mentality was very much like, if you haven't 100%ed the game, you haven't beaten it yet. That was basically her mentality on whether or not you'd beaten the game. I don't know why exactly that is. The only thing I can guess is that it means like, oh, if you've 100%ed the game, you know there's nothing left to experience and you've got your money's worth, you know? Sort of also, I suppose, trying to raise me with the mentality that, oh, okay, you know, you shouldn't buy something new before you're done with what you're already started on, right? Which I think is a fairly healthy way of doing things. But that also meant like, oh, if I said I beat a game, she would... I do remember a few instances where she literally told me and asked me, so you've beat like Age of Empires, you say? Mm-hmm. Well, have you beaten all the campaigns? I'm like, no. Well, then you aren't really done with it, are you? No, I guess you're right. And today is like pretty funny, right? But also like, what a hardcore approach to it. And especially like if you think about today's video games, how hard it is to 100% complete them. And even if you can, like, what would you define as 100% completion? Because some video games you would say, oh, okay, like it's not just beating the game, but you also need all achievements, right? So Dragon Quest 3 back then. Why? Because it was really difficult? Or just takes an absurd amount of time to complete? Monster medals. Oh yeah, I didn't get into what Slayer deeds for Elder Scrolls Online is. So I mentioned that she got all the achievements and all that, and then she got the Slayer deeds for all the characters as well. And it might have changed a little bit on how this works, but in general, I think it's still the same. So Slayer Deeds for Lord of the Rings Online is you basically have to go to an area and then you have to kill like 100 of this particular type of enemy in that area to get the first grade of a Slayer Deed. I can't remember if there is multiple grades. I think there are. And then for each grade that you sort of achieve or whatever, you unlock another one. And some of these Slayer Deeds literally require you to take out multiple hundreds of these enemies. And if I also remember correctly, it's not account wise, it's literally like character based. So for each of your characters you have to take out hundreds upon thousands of enemies in the long run. And every single area in the game has this. So the bigger the game becomes, the more Slayer Deeds there are, and the longer it's gonna take to get all of this done. Okay, there's way too many trees here. Let's get rid of them. But what are monster medals then? Seen something different in a similar game? I mean, it's an MMO, so it's no surprise. I don't remember if they even implemented like some kind of pay to skip feature or whatever, but I don't seem to remember there being any. Because when we first played the Lord of the Rings Online, it wasn't free to play yet. It was a, I think it was a monthly subscription. That's probably also why I stopped playing it back then. 10 or 50 million per month. Oh god. Yeah, I have no idea how high it goes up for Lord of the Rings, at least. But yeah, she basically ended up also like getting involved with a guild. And of course there's always guild drama in one caliber or another, but what's really good is that she's also just, you know, I think one really important thing is that it's sort of expanded her world view a little bit. Not saying that she's ever been, you know, conservative in her way of thinking, but I think it helps hanging out with people of different cultures, as you guys would probably agree to. It's going pretty well. I mean, I guess it's about 50% done. It's gonna take a while. I'm worried because they're starting to spawn in with the larger medium biters now, and they take a little bit more in terms of damage. And I've only just barely like unlocked the ability to make these turrets, so it's military. Oh, actually I think it would be under here. So not until I can do military 2 that I can even get better bullets, which are armor piercing, the ones from the base game as well. They just look a little bit different. Oh, where am I building it to? Oh, sort of basically here. I think I'll build like a diagonal wall maybe going down left or something. Either that or like a little bit diagonal and go. Do I want... Oh, I should really incorporate these oil fields. But then there's also that copper deposit, so I don't know yet. Oil might be more important though. Monster medals are collectibles, rare random drop by monsters, and it comes in silver, bronze, and gold. And with JRPG, you can imagine how many monsters there are. well, monsters and monster variants, right? So yeah, I can see that. And that iron, and now this oil, it never stops. Well, also, I should probably situate you into the situation. I guess that's kind of implied. So it goes without saying that this is modded. I mean, you're probably already aware of that. Oh, that is not good. Oh, fuck. Oh, they're out of fucking fuck. That's not good. I'm gonna lose a bunch of turrets now. Oh, yikes. This is not the time to get stuck around here. I also know why they're not shooting. It's because I've spread all the ammunition out too far. Ah, shit. Yeah. But what the title doesn't allude to is the world generation. So this is an island world, meaning that there's a little bit further between land masses, and a lot of places are just going to be consisting of smaller islands, which obviously is going to make certain things a bit more difficult. Ah, this is annoying. Those turrets are also completely broken. Yes. I don't have ships researched yet, but that is a thing, yes. I also have planes. As far as I remember though, you can't automate the airplanes, so it's not really that useful, but more for like getting around. You can also swim across the water. I've got the swimming mod for that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it at least. I mean, you can see how much water there is down here already with some oil out in the oceans. Oh, fuck. I mean, if I survive that long, that is. God fucking damn it. This is not good. Not good. Look at all those. Fuck, they're really just wrecking everything over here. Now, this is what I wanted to avoid, but I guess it's not gonna happen to me. There's just so many of them now. I was kind of worried about this. Not gonna lie. First things first, I suppose. Establishing more turrets. Yikes. Yeah. For a bit. That is the issue though, it's not the first time that I've taken out that base. They just keep re-emerging, right? So. And because it's such an open wide area and they can come literally from any direction. I mean, they can come across the water too, right? So. That is like what I'm dealing with. But yeah, I should probably try and take those out ASAP. Yeah, they can swim across water. So can I though, but you know, it's probably more to their benefit than mine. Oh, these belts. God fucking damn it. Try and do the most of the repair like this, and then hopefully the robots can help me out once they like figure shit out. But now I have a feeling that they're just all over the place. Jeez. Give me a moment to focus on as much of this as possible. So what did you say, Toto? Managed to import it from blah blah. Hold on. You have a Dragon's Quest save going. Okay. Managed to import it from cartridge to memory card. Interesting. And you're still trying to collect them all now. Wow. Jeez. Yeah, this is like, I've also been left alone for a very long time on this save. But the main like difficulty is, or lies within like the defense side of things. Because of Industrial Revolution, it sort of delays a lot of the regular progress you would otherwise have. And even though I've slowed down the evolution rate of the aliens, it doesn't seem like I can quite keep up yet. Oh hey Loki, how you doing? It's been a while. How you holding up there? I'm getting my ass handed to me by a bunch of bugs. Here's a couple drones just like slowly crawling back to me. So. Yeah, I remember seeing that you got that foot on injury a while back. Have you fully recovered by now, or how's that going? We should play together, you say? Nope. Okay. Ooh. I'll check it out in a moment, Toto. It's definitely like Factorio can be a little bit hard when you're playing it on your own. You can walk and kind of stand on one foot, but you can't jump or run. Yeah, okay, I can see that. That would suck a lot. Hope to be back climbing next month. Yeah, isn't that what started it all though? Just be careful, okay? Promise me that. And don't repeat your mistakes. Okay, let's go and fuck these guys up. Actually, no. I have to wait. Okay, so for now, let's just do some more turrets. I just remembered the other thing that I have to do before it gets out of hand again. At least I think the best thing I did was probably to automate the process of making all these turrets, otherwise there would be no way I'd be able to keep up. Especially with the ammunition need and all that stuff. You lost a whopping 16 kilos, gotten into shape and was feeling really good. And then you smashed your foot and got stuck in your couch for months, and now it's all back, starting over. I mean, if you could do it once, you can definitely do it again, mate. Definitely. Oh, you've also got a job interview? Okay. Well, good luck then. On that one, at least. I mean, also good luck with your rock climbing when you get to it. Goes without saying, though. Yeah, see, this is what we want to resolve. 40% pay increase if you get it. Mmm. Tasty. I'm currently working on a oh shit. Okay, I'll talk about that in a moment. Just give me a second here. This is the issue. This chest would run out of ammo. And I don't have, because it's in literally the opposite side of the base, I don't have it hooked up so that the ammunition gets sent around, unfortunately. And the only way that I can do that is if I take, where is it? From here, somewhere there. From this, and then some kind of connection through the entire base, which means all of this. Actually, we could take it down south and then across, I think. I think I need to do that, honestly. Because I don't want this to repeat itself. That would be bad. Always rush to logistics robots. Good luck with that. I can't exactly do that. Which one even is it? Because it's changed. It's not that far away, but I haven't even started doing the research required to unlock all that stuff. Well, this is also modded, so that also has something to do with it. That one. Industrial Revolution changes a lot of things. Since pre-alpha. I don't remember when we played it. It was, or when I played it, it was also a very long time ago though. I do at least remember witnessing like, can I? No. Does this work? No. Yes. Okay, that does work. Good. I do remember witnessing the changes to the terrain graphics. How all the terrain edges and all that stuff was made to look much more nice than it used to. Amongst other things, of course. Something down here that isn't. What's missing? These towers have ammo. Then this particular one does not. Oh, it's because this one doesn't exist. There we go. It definitely has. Need to make sure that all of this is like... Okay, think... Ah, there's still some up here that don't have. Yeah, dang it. Ooh, nice. Well, enjoy some Project Zomboid, Toto. See, this is why we put up those turrets. Oh my god, they do so much damage to these guys. Like, the turrets don't The insects do a lot of damage to these turrets. That's why I need better ammunition, but that requires a lot of other preliminary steps that I can't quite do right now. At least it doesn't seem like a good idea to focus too much on that. Ah, crap. And my early game construction robots are just like all over the place. Okay. I think this is good to go. So yeah, they basically shared ammunition up to like this point, and then they like drained all the previous turrets with ammo. Well, Toto, it'll be a while, unfortunately. I have to save money for the next foreseeable future. One of the next games I buy is definitely going to be Project Zomboid, though. But I can't say anything in terms of when, though. But yeah, that day where Cap went through it all really made me want to play it. It's unhealthy. Ooh, I've got a sneeze coming in. Ah. So what was I? Oh yeah, Loki, I've started on a business development course, which is gonna be like I started last week, and now it's like you know, that means 2 weeks worth of that so far, and it's been really good, honestly. And of course the intent is to establish a company with that in mind. So far we've just been, we've been focusing on the business plans and all that stuff. And I'm just really happy to be back in like doing something productive for once. And then down here. So if we just move it to the right hand side, okay. Yeah, this course is like pretty long actually. It's 10 weeks long. And you can do it through the job center, so that's really good for someone who's like sort of run out of options on trying to get a job, apparently. And I say it that way because that's what it feels like. It's not necessarily the case, but you know. Do I want... Yeah, I should probably do this. Yeah, they're just being damaged, and that's okay. Actually considering going back to school for a year or two just to get some peace of mind. Okay. That's also like a long time to be, you know, working on that. Even if it does mean improving your skills. Still a long time. How are we doing here? A little bit low on copper, right? Oh, I know why. Because all this was almost destroyed. But yeah, it's a really good program. We get enough breathing room to like truly work with all the different assignments and all such. And most importantly, actually, you get how do you say that in English? You get special permission to actually be allowed to have and run a company even if you're on social benefits. At least for a limited amount of time. And not just during the course, mind you, but also I think it was up to 6 months after it ends. So unlike one of the other, like the innovative growth program I participated in 2 years ago, you actually also get time to work on your business after you're done with the whole thing. Which is very important, because if it's just like, oh, you get some knowledge on like how to build a business and, you know, establish yourself and all that, but you don't actually get the time to do so, then what good does it do, you know? Because after all, you're technically not allowed to work on a business or whatever when you're on social benefits. Yeah, these are steam pipes. It's because for Industrial Revolution, the gases, or at least steam and water, are split up into different types of pipes. It's a lot of fun to play with. It's like what Industrial Revolution does as one of the main things, and so far, is that it really expands the early game steam part of the game. As you can tell, like all these factories, all these inserters are all run by steam. So yeah, you're allowed, but you're not allowed for it to be your primary motivation, which is basically just like, it's a gray area and I don't like it. It's like you may, but you may not. But you may, but you kind of may not. Or in other words, like you may, but we're not happy about it, you know? And if multiple sources and people keep telling you that, oh, maybe you should not, like you should reconsider if this is something you actually want to do, and even like to the point where like, oh, you're not even really, like you should maybe not do it to that extent or whatever, it gets very demotivating. That's been my experience, at least. Construction robots there. Okay, I need some materials for that. Oh, that's copper and stuff. Damn. Let's make some. Did it on for your own stuff. You were in socials for 4 months at one point during your independent, but you never lied. Just told them you were a freelancer and you were going to project meetings, which you were. And they said that was just as good as going to job interviews, so long as the projects were several months long. Okay. But that's also, again, as I say, a gray area, right? And not every counselor sees it that way either. Because you can, like, sometimes you really need to, you know, what do you call it? Smash it into their heads. Sorry, my analogy is maybe a little bit bad there. But really have to force it into their face that, so that they understand that, you know, you need to have a portfolio worth of stuff in order to even have the chance of getting an interview. And if you're not allowed to do that while being on social benefits, then you might as well just not even apply for the jobs that they want you to. At least that's been my experience. And a lot of the counselors, they don't know anything about software development or even how to get a job. They are just going off the common, like, this is how it works mantra, and it's not really efficient. You were in the one making the evaluation of whether it was okay or not. You left that up to the people in charge of the rules. Ergo, you broke the rules, but you never lied or withheld, so they could never punish you for doing it. Yeah. Because that's the really scary part, right? Because the thing that they threaten you with, which it is a threat, right? Is that, oh, so we can see that you've been running a business and stuff, and you've actually like not like you have like been doing all these applying for all these jobs and all these other things you have accounted for, but actually you're not really allowed to that, so we're going to be taking your social benefits until you like rectify this. Oh, and you also have to pay back all the social benefits you were handed out for the last like X amount of months that we can see that you've not been fully applied to this course of like trying to get a job, you know? At least that's what it feels like. I don't know if they've ever done that because it's so extreme, but I don't know. Most of the conversations were 5 minutes long. Yeah, mine always average out at like half an hour as a minimum. So I guess that's not even an average then. So they come out as minimum like 30 minutes of just talking with them. And most of them are just, oh, like at least these days it's just been like, oh, I've got these job positions here that I want to show you, and I'm like, okay, cool. Well, let me try and apply for them, but you know, just because they're like suggested by you doesn't mean that I have a higher chance of getting through. But you know, they managed to launch that one into a job that lasted for 2.5 years. Was that Champster, or what was it called again? That mobile game, or is it something completely different? Because I remember seeing some of the posts you made about that. Oh shit. Oh yeah, we never took out that hive, did we? Making these combat robots was probably one of the best decisions I could have ever made. Ow. Okay, let's connect these up and then take out those bases. Champster never made any money. Still tinker with it, but your partner agreed that you're doing it for shits and giggles. Oh, okay, that's sad. And paying taxes. And your resume was greatly improved, which is why you've not needed social benefits since 2017. That's really nice. I wish I could say the same. I am trying to make the most out of my time though, you know. Because I don't want to like be in this situation forever, and that's also why I'm doing this program now. Fuck. I was like, shit, you died. And I hadn't made the Krastorio respawn point, but nah, then I remembered. Well, that sucks. Just with COVID, they can go at any time. Oh, like that, you mean? Yeah, I guess you would know what you're talking about, Loki. That's also like just so fucking stressful though. Oh, I need wood. Wood needed. Well, at least I made this. Oh, and the drones are all the way up there. God damn. Well, we're going on a walk. As I guess you've been working as a freelance, right, Loki? Basically a coder for hire, I suppose. Or is it literally like full-time employment, but they just didn't last long? Because that seems a bit extreme then. Mm. That must also have been really demanding though. Mm. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I was stressed out just by the, what do you call it, the interview I had with Net Company when when I tried to land a job at their place. I could definitely feel that there was a huge like jump in skills expected versus what I could do, it felt like. I mean, if they supply a job, if you have a job and it's not like too far away from what you're doing, you're at least improving your skills, you know? My alternative is working in other fields of work that are so distant from what I am capable of that I'm not going to be improving my skills. And to that end, you know, won't be improving my chances of landing a job in the field either. That's at least how I see it. And even though the job center acknowledges that, they don't really worry about it. You never know what you're doing. Oh, Cellfire. No Zero will have in some of the stories you've heard. I haven't heard any stories, but I know a couple of people who work there. Didn't I? No, I did not. Really hope this is enough. We want to pay you to do stuff you're not trained for, and you tell them and they're fine with you learning as you go, then just take it and enjoy learning. That's also what I was trying to say. Yeah, I guess it might not have come out that way. But I was at an interview and I was just like really... Like, it didn't sound like I was up... Like, I mean, they discarded me for a reason. One of the most frustrating things of that talk or interview, I guess. So to give... okay, let me take out this alien base and then I can talk about it. This needs a little bit of focus. I don't want to die again, at least. Ow. Ow. The power of fish compels you. So many worms here. So far, so good. Okay, I definitely need to take care of that stuff up there. Here's my body. this is why turrets are great. Okay, so that's just here. Good. So, I was at an interview with Netcompany. I mean, okay, so the way that it works, let's start with the structure. The interview was comprised of two sort of interviews on the same day, back to back, and each of them lasted for an hour. The first half, if you will, the first interview was an interview concerning who the company were and talking about like who you are as on like more personal level, what kind of person you are basically. I think the idea was to figure out if you align with the company values and so forth. Basically your mindset, you know, they don't want someone who's not passionate about what they're doing and such. How do I get rid of this? I think there's something in here. Hold on. Free collector. Oh, I can't collect this. Can I build on this? I think so. And the first part of the interview was okay. It wasn't really like it was anything difficult because it was just a casual conversation. Basically what you'll see in almost every single job interview. Like, that's what I would consider the standard job interview. But the second half was fucking terrifying. And is pretty much the sole reason that I got scared away from even applying to them again. So it was basically you, and I mean it's understandable, but you got a case. You had an hour, you got a case which was basically an A4 worth of paper with a simulated assignment written onto it. In my case, it was someone wanted a web shop and they needed these kinds of features and so forth. You get like 5 to 10 minutes or 5 to 15 minutes or whatever to read this A4 paper worth of information and figure out a solution to that problem. And then you need to talk about it for the rest of that hour. Meaning that if you go into this part of the interview completely blind and you haven't brushed up on like, and I mean that's, you know, fair point, I should probably have done that. If you haven't brushed up on your ability to communicate code and such, or if you're just really bad at communicating code but you're an excellent coder, then you most likely won't be able to proceed from here. And I know that some people have it like that where they're decent coders, but you know, they're just not that great at communicating it. And especially when it comes to code, sometimes like you can't just say something along the lines of what you mean, because if you don't use the right terms, it could get misinterpreted, and then all of a sudden you're in the middle of an argument whether or not you can do things in a certain way, and they will repeatedly try and correct you instead of moving on, which is what happened to me, as a matter of fact. I can't remember what the reason was. I think it was like a discussion about like, oh, you can't do this with like a class and like you don't do it this way. That's one thing. The other thing that was absolutely terrifying was that or not really terrifying because I didn't know this coming into it, but basically if you've never worked any programming job before, you might not know that a lot of infrastructure when it comes to solutions like a web shop is either not always done from scratch. I mean, you can assume that, but you can't know which ones are and which ones aren't. So if you consider like parts of this solution in those 15 minutes that you immediately get told like, oh, don't think about that, that's like a standard solution for that, then you're like, oh, okay, well, so you're saying that I've been wasting my time, and great. But it was not fun. I did not have a great time. Wait, what? Why is this not? Oh, these are... right. These were blueprints because my construction bots are out doing... Or did they die? Maybe they died. Hold on. Nope, oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. I need to equip the right heavy armor. There we go. Because this other one that I just made didn't have any equipment in it. Much better. So what do you guys say? Current job paid to 5-day training for you at almost 1,000 a day. Nice. I mean, they were also like that at Netcompany. Which is what I initially was thinking, like, oh, okay, I might actually have a shot at this, you know? Because you do go through a training process, and they literally spent a lot of that first hour talking about the structure of basically preparing you to work as a consultant, almost, or at some point at least, on your own. That was like part of the goal, right? So that, combined with the fact that I was told from a person who works there and a friend of mine that I shouldn't be too worried about like my hardcore like programming experiences because they take in people from all fields of work. It's more about like your thought process and then your other competencies that are important, because sometimes, you know, you need someone with expertise in the field of biology, and then you can maybe teach them how to like deal with code and such, as long as they have like the mental capacity to learn it. And that would take like a year's worth of training, I think, if I remember. And I believe after like only 2 years at the company, it could be like a full consultant at full wage or something. But yeah. It's chaos going from one thing to the next nonstop for 8 hours a day. Yeah, I also can only imagine. I mean, I'm one of those types of people myself as well, that I prefer like working with one thing at a time. If I'm going to like work on something larger scale throughout a day, but it only ends up taking half the day maybe, then I work more efficiently if I just stop for the day and then I pick up the next major like task on the next day, because I know that my brain's just going to be fried if I try and like take on 2 massive topics in one go. What do you say, Loki? Your job gave you a 30 hours leadership course when you started out. None of it was paid and you had to do it outside of work, okay? But they arranged for one of the top leaders of Grundfos with 15 years of experience and a PhD in the subject to come teach us on the university level. I guess that's a trade-off then. It's still, though, if you're trying to pay your bills, that doesn't really help you, but don't know how to take that one, honestly. Even got a diploma by the end. Yeah, exactly, not a bad idea, not a bad thing to add to your resume. Pro tip, assume that no one knows what they are doing and expect to be reading more code than you're writing always. Okay. Who are you asking about what program you code in? If it's me, I make video games, so that would be Unity, which means C# in my case. That is where I have my primary experiences. I also do a lot of visual programming, which companies like, especially something like a hardcore software development company, won't even consider regular programming, even though it definitely is. and is also becoming more of a thing in the grand scope of things. And there are reasons for why. It's very funny reading discussions about that, especially from hardcore program, like text-based traditional programmers that just can't imagine a world where visual programming becomes as efficient, if not more, than actual traditional text-based programming. And there's a couple of reasons as to why that is. So what do you say, Loki? A friend of yours got hired at Netcompany. First day, they sent him alone to a client at a charge of 2,500 Danish crowns an hour. Granted, your friend is one of the best coders you've ever met, but that's just presumptuous and rude to the client. Actually, you've got a point. They have a dress code at that company, which is understandable. The dress code is, of course, that you need to be wearing like formal wear. And the reason why, as they put it, is that when we send you out as a consultant to like our big customer, and you're going to be working with them for an extended period of time, you need to look like you're worth the 1,000 Danish crowns an hour or whatever much it's like however expensive you're going to be. That's part of it too. So like the mentality being that the worth of programming code is hard for some people to perceive because it's a semi like abstract concept for them, which makes sense, you know? Makes sense why you want to do it that way. Actually, is this working? Why has this stopped? Why is copper not coming through? Oh. Okay, we need to fix that. Well, at least the wall is getting done. You don't do dress code either? I mean, I only own like 2 shirts, and one of them is not really formal. It's more like a party-going shirt. I only have like 1 long-sleeved shirt, and I may have like 1 pair of pants that would fit along with it. So, yeah, it's not the belt that was destroyed. It's just like the copper mine, because it was only being supplied by one, had run out. So I just need to hook up one of the others, or like share the load. It's an old world philosophy that's been killed in our society, and the reason they think they need it is because their solutions are so shitty that the quality of their work needs to be prettied by shirts and ties. I don't necessarily agree. As I said, some people, like, is depending on the customer. If someone who is like absolutely not into programming and such, and you want to sell a product that is code related, like, they need to be able to see that they're getting their money's worth. That is at least what reasoning Netcompany themselves put out, and I think that is very valid. Because you gotta imagine who you're talking with in this case. I agree that it's an unfortunate situation, because it does come off as being like, oh, you're just dressing this way to look important, you know? That's what it feels like. But still, I think there is still some merit to the insanity. Even if it is, like, highly debatable. Okay, that should solve that issue. At least for the time being. And when it comes to game development, I mean, the type of attire is more like, you know, you just want to be more approachable, so that's why we wear, like, non-formal wear for the most of the time, depending on who you talk with. I mean, if it's a large investor you need to like research them ahead of time, of course. I mean, that only makes sense. You've been sold at 2,500 an hour. You've been charged as much as 5k at some point. Yeah, you have long. I know what you look like. Why can I do this? Because you don't hide behind a false smile. I guess that's also like related to brand identity, though. The name Netcompany doesn't exactly strike me as a rebellious type of company, if you understand what I mean. Like, it sounds very formal and a little bit conservative in the way of doing business, if that makes any sense. Very different from a game development studio, which again is completely fair. But then again, at the same time, I guess, I have worked with Grundfos, as you mentioned before, which for anyone who doesn't know what Grundfos is, it's a very large Danish company that also has root outside of Denmark. Like, they're really big. The main products are like industrial scale and household pump systems for moving water around. I don't remember if their pumps also move other types of liquids, but it's mainly like one of their the two world goals. What are they called? You might have seen these before, but companies can there's like these world goals that you can try and associate your company with, and two of them are like clean drinking water for everyone, and I think the other one is like a sustainable water supply for everyone in the future as well. I can't remember exactly what the two are, but that's like some of the values they go for. Pretty awesome company as far as my experience has been, at least. They're really lovely people there. And they have like we were part of something called their accelerator program, where students basically had the opportunity to come and work with Grundfos to make what they call red dot ideas, meaning ideas that lie outside the scope of what Grundfos themselves might try and pursue, because, you know, they have development teams and all that, but they are focused on other more conservative, like guaranteed to work concepts and such, without going too much into detail. I think I hope you understand what I mean, at least. Oh, okay, later, Loki. Good luck again. Good luck. In cargo pants and silly t-shirt away. Nice. Good luck still, though. Knowing your experience level, I'm sure you'll do fine. So what did he say? Also, Netcompany created a brand around a stick up their ass. It's a little bit excessive. And their clients expect that. But in reality, it's just a matter of having a very real discussion with your client. Of course, some clients will choose to work with someone else, but those clients are also the ones that will yell at you. Well, hopefully only if you're not doing a proper job. So what did you say, Selfire? No, none of the companies you said at all, but guess because you don't live there. Yeah, Grundfos, their pumps are also used outside of Denmark, so they like suppliers of this kind of stuff to a lot of countries. So there is the possibility that even if you live in like other parts of Europe or the US or anywhere else, that your residential building might literally have like a Grundfos pump in your apartment building that moves liquid from further down up by increasing the pressure and all that stuff. But it was actually a very good experience that I had with them. We were basically and it was really vague. So each semester we had to do a semester project, and this being like the final semester, it was like the big project where we got to work an entire semester, which is half a year, on just the project alone, whereas every other half a year it would have been, or semester, it would have been there would also have been courses alongside it that you needed to do. And Grundfos, they came out with this accelerator program saying that, we have this thing up for grabs for any meteorology students, which is what I am. I'm a meteorologist, to make some kind of virtual reality experience centered around water. That was basically it. There was no like upfront specifications on exactly what they wanted or like what the purpose of this even should be. The only thing that was really there was just like, we want someone to make a virtual reality experience for us, or in collaboration rather. And we decided to go with it because, you know, on one end, having worked with like a massive company like Grundfos is really good on your resume for obvious reasons. But also just the experience of working with a massive company like that was also just very interesting. And we got to do VR, so yeah, very open-ended. Our first talks where we met in at their offices was very interesting. So they were in the midst of their digital transformation process, basically meaning that they were like creating some new office spaces around like a very open concept where various different departments at Grundfos that were now being digitized in terms of solutions and such were all situated in like the same workspace, basically. Like each had basically their work tables, but it was just like one giant open room, and like we were sitting like diagonally across from people from Unity who were just like there working on a project for Grundfos, which I can get into as well. And our first like time there was all about who Grundfos were and what their vision was and what the accelerator program was. As I did mention a little while ago, it was about like allowing for students to participate and for them to pursue these red dot ideas that came forth as like solutions made up by these students centered around potential problems or topics that Grundfos might be interested in pursuing without being too specific. There were some people from like other universities there as well that were data analysts, and they were literally like, here's all the data that we have, figure out what to do with it. Just to give you a bit more insight into what that was about. All the pumps, like, you know, they're a forward-thinking company, and a lot of their pumps these days are hooked up to the internet and will send statistics back to the Grundfos. Like I assume they have some server somewhere, and they then store all this data about their pumps, like productivity and efficiency and all kinds of metrics. But they weren't using the data for anything yet. So one of the other university students from another university was literally tasked with figuring out not only what to do with all this data, but also how to like coding wise deal with it. Which is not really a red dot idea per se, but a massive task. And this accelerator program was also with the intention of, if it's something Grundfos wanted to pursue further, there would be like an employment afterwards as an opportunity, if it became relevant. Yeah. But of course, like, you know, they get someone in who's a data analyst, and because it's their education is specialized in it, they can also go back to the university and get some support that way. So, you know, you're never alone. And the really good part about it from Grundfos's side is that they also increase and improve their relations with universities, which at the end of the day is the talent pool from which they're gonna grab future employees. Oh, and not only do they give the students these opportunities, but they also get to help shape the future for exactly what they need. So since there's no money involved from their side, to a certain degree, it's, you know, a pretty clever strategy. And we were situated there like, okay, so you want a VR experience, but you don't really know what it should be about other than something about water. So our first like talks with them directly, we're just interviewing them. Okay, so what's like Grundfos about, and like what could we do that has some kind of relevance? And at some point we got into talks about these world goals that Grundfos wanted to like pursue. And as part of that, we figured and came forward to that the VR experience should probably be like some kind of topic starter, is what we settled with. Meaning something they could take with them as an interactive experience when they're like on an expo or something, talking about the company and their company values, and then like other people could play this experience, initiating topics, talks about like, oh, okay, the world goals and what their values are, and basically just like as an icebreaker too. Fish tank VR. Yeah, okay, so what we ended up doing was that we basically made a water saving simulator, meaning that it was just a fairly simple VR experience where you were tasked with a couple of like day-to-day simple tasks, and along the way, navigating through your house, there would be like a little bit of trivia about water saving, and then at the end of the experience there would be like a summary talking about like showing like how much water you spent compared to like what you probably should consider and such, just as a way to like you know, for the to share, spread the awareness about the topic in that sense. So it was an interesting project, but unfortunately it didn't lead to much else after that. So mostly because developing video games can be expensive, and it's like, though it was cool, you know, they didn't want to invest money in someone working on this particular project full time. For reference, the Unity developers there were working on something much more like to be directly used as like a training tool. Like the applications were much more direct, if you know what I mean. So in other words, like they had at Grundfos this training procedure that some of their employees have to go through in order to operate some heavy machinery for the manufacturing process. And normally that takes like, I can't remember what they said, but it takes like a couple months worth of training before you're ready. And it's very expensive because like you need someone like a safety person, an expert, to be present while you're operating this machinery in real, like in person, because in case something does go wrong, they need to be able to step in and like basically avoid your hand getting crushed or something crazy like that. So that means that you can only do these training sessions on specific days, which limits the amount of time you actually get to get experience with these machines in the first place. And as a result, you know, some people still make a lot of mistakes and get injured and all kinds of other stuff that you could imagine. So what the Unity team was like tasked with was literally to make a virtual version of this. And then from what I remember hearing, it had shown considerable improvements. Because, I mean, you can already imagine it, right? The soon-to-be employee can train as much as they want in their spare time. It's virtual reality, so it's possible to even gamify the solution too. You know, so it doesn't just feel like work. There's so many things here that just really speaks volumes to the benefits. And it was just really cool to hear about. Let me do like this. Because these turrets are not... Like, one line of turrets doesn't seem to be quite enough. And they were literally in the same workspace as we were, which was very peculiar. It was also really cool working with Grundfos in particular, because at university you usually don't have access to, like, you have access to virtual reality in our case and such, but it's like you borrow it, and that means you're not the only students borrowing it. You're not even the only study line borrowing the virtual reality headsets and everything involved. Which means that in some cases, there's just not enough virtual reality headsets to go around. At which point, you'll just have to wait until it's your turn. But because Grundfos has a lot of money at their disposal, and, you know, they were inviting us to come work on this project with them, we basically had not only access to, you know, our own virtual reality headset at all times, like we didn't have to hand it in anywhere, right? We could take it wherever we wanted to. We also had we also got a dedicated computer along with it. And the process was also really nice, because they basically said, oh, okay, just tell us what you need and we'll get it. like that simple. Anything at all. They were very accommodating. Oh, that... I guess it's the same. It's you can consider it a graveyard. This is where items I cannot be bothered sorting go to die and not be used. At least until I have logistics robots. Actually, I've only died once, and that was just a moment ago, so... Graveyard isn't quite necessary yet. Might be eventually, though. But yeah, I'm very happy to have had the opportunity to work with Grundfos. We also went to a shooting range, actually, and I've never held like a firearm before. That wasn't Grundfos that arranged that though, but one of the other students there, he was like one of the organizers at like a local or a nearby shooting range, and as such we actually got the opportunity to like shoot firearms, do a bit of target practice. It's very insightful. Yeah, I regret this decision already. We did get, like at the end of the project as well, Grundfos did invite us out to eat dinner as well. And it was a very fancy restaurant. They had some very tasty ciders as well. I've never tried peach cider before that day, actually, amongst other things. And it was just like so fucking good. I don't even remember what we were eating. I just remember the cider being really good. They did run out eventually though, but yeah. That being said though, it was a very stressful project at one point. But I learned a lot from it. Let's just put it this way, working with virtual reality isn't always easy. Okay, I think we need to start expanding southward. So yeah, that's just my story of collaborating with Grundfos. I hope it was interesting and insightful. More turrets up there, maybe? You think so? Or you think so, at least. Well, that's good enough for me. So how are you doing anyway, Selfire? I don't... Like, what are you up to these days? Because I haven't been streaming for a while, because of this business development course, and I've also been like, not really a hiatus, like it was semi-planned vacation, I guess you can say, over New Year's and after holiday season. I am back now though. Granted, with all the stuff I have to do on the business development course, some days it's gonna be a little bit more mentally demanding than others. So if there are days that, like multiple days in a row where I don't get to stream, then that is probably gonna be why. But I'll try and keep at it at least as much as I can. I also do have to put my priorities straight though. Avoiding COVID and getting told to stay at home. Nice. Yeah, it has like gotten worse over here too. I know that Peak's been a little bit on the worried side too in regards to it, because he's been worried that the restaurants and all that stuff also have to shut down, and they've basically, to a certain degree, basically done that, I guess. As he told me last year, the place at which he works at, they would like they were just working as like let me try and rephrase that. They were just doing food out of the house, you know. So their restaurant was closed, but they were still delivering food to people. But as he told me, at least, apparently that wasn't worth the effort, according to his boss. So this year, they're just gonna like send people home instead, and then apply for those helping packages that the government put in place, which you cannot apply for if your business has been running as like a takeaway thing. So because they couldn't really, like, it wasn't worth it money wise. Like it wasn't, I don't know, I think it was profitable, but just barely or something like that. Then it's easier for them to just say like, oh, you just get these wages and then we just rely on the helping packages. You got to show photo ID everywhere. Oh god. Okay, so over here we have a Corona passport, they call it. It's an app, at least. I don't think you can get it as a physical medium, but it's an app where if you want to get into like a restaurant or any other like social gathering where it's required, then it needs to, well, be valid, you know. And that requires you to either be vaccinated or have been tested within like a certain very limited time period. I think it's like only lasts for like a little less than a week or so if you're just getting yourself tested rather than actual vaccinations. Oh, you got that too. And but you show that with ID. Oh, wow. I wonder why that is. Is that because people have started like using each other's Corona passport? At least for our system, I don't see how that would even be possible though. So unless you guys do it differently over there. Consistency. God damn it. I mean, this wall is really coming along nicely. I'm a little bit worried about this large dark area to the south where I have no idea what's going on out there. I don't even know what is out there because as far as I've seen it was just water. And if it reaches like a different island down there, that's another place where the aliens are going to be coming from. Stupid bugs. Well, it tracks you where you've been and used to hunt you down for illegal things too. So avoids people using a fake proof, etc. Ours also has like, our app thing has like, you see it in like passports and other places too, that chromatic like stamp or sticker or whatever. It has that in the built into the app too. So depending on the gyro on your phone, it'll like change dynamically so that you can't like just have it as like a still image either. From what I remember though, they were also the government has like changed the amount of time that you're gonna have, like your vaccination is gonna validate your Corona passport as well, which means that I think it lasts, like, it's valid for 5 to 6 months here now. So even if you've got your second COVID shot, if it was like 5 or 6 months ago, then it's no longer valid for that Corona passport. And that basically means that at some point everyone just gets forced in, like, or not forced, but coerced, I suppose, into getting the first shot. Because imagine if you have, and this has been true for some people, right, that once a week you have to do like a COVID test. One, it doesn't seem sustainable, and it doesn't even seem functional or reasonable either, because the only thing you can do in that situation are the quick tests, and the quick tests don't really, like, they don't show a proper result, right? So there's that. Hey Cal, yes, we have to build a wall because the aliens have started making trouble. I mean, it's working so far, but who knows? I definitely need to get better ammo. Yeah, flashing thing. Got to keep getting a booster shot? See, that's the thing. I don't know. I mean, technically, based on how a vaccination works, it makes sense. Like, a vaccination is not an end-all, do-all solution, right? Eventually, it expires for various reasons. The virus mutates, and as such, it won't be effective anymore, right? And that is also the same reason why, if you get flu shots, you should really get them once every year, because depending on what, I guess you can say prognosis, a little bit like the weather they've made, you'll need a new flu shot. And it's very likely that it ends up being the same for COVID in the long run. At least if it gets to that level of an outbreak. And I mean, we're already starting to see that now, right? Because it's like, oh, okay, what good is a vaccination is if you can get a completely different variation of the virus where your vaccination doesn't do jack shit against. At least over here, that actually reminds me, I need to check my my messages in regards to that, because I did actually get a message from the Danish Serum Institute, and it's probably an invitation to get the third shot. I wouldn't be surprised, because just like with the first and the second, they were prioritizing the weak and elderly in terms of getting those shots. So since I'm a young and spry adult, I guess, with no noted health issues or anything, I come last in line. But we'll see. It's not really like much we can do other than just take it one step at a time. Ooh, this looks nice though. Do like me a good wall. This one is getting a little bit damaged, but it is definitely blocking all the projectiles. A lot of dead bugs around here. Might be worth reinforcing that particular part. What type of shot did you get? The Moderna shot is the one that I got. Imagine if the Kung flu. God damn it, Toad. You and Vey have a really weird, interesting approach to talking about the virus. I remember when Vey talked about it on Cap's stream. That was fucking that was almost comedy gold. That face, exactly. If it evolved into something that makes infected person lose their mind and go violent, that would be a very extreme situation. I actually, what was that again? I don't remember if it was something I read. No, it was something I talked about with a friend of mine and Peak on the Discord the other day. I don't remember who brought it up or where it came from, but basically a lot of the people that have been suffering from like the virus are still recovering from it now. Like they still have, some of them still haven't regained their sense of smell, right? Imagine that. Who was it who said that again? Trying to remember where it came from. Was it Anthea maybe that was talking about it? It might actually have been Anthea. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it actually might have been her. So, not my friends, it might have been her. But it's just crazy though. Imagine not being able to like lose your sense of taste and smell, and then have to go to like therapy to retrain that ability. And then imagine you're working as like in a field where it's like part of your job being able to taste the food that you're making or something. And then the fact that it's not even over, you know, and it probably never will. Granted, we have to remember, it's never been the objective to completely stop the virus completely, because that's like essentially impossible, right? The most we can do is... oh, these are destroyed, that's not good. The most we can do are trying to fight it as much as possible so it doesn't get out of control. Which makes sense. And I guess to some extent that's why some people now have gotten to that point where like they're saying, oh, if I wish I really just kind of almost just had the virus now, you know, and then be over with it. But if it can have such long-lasting effects that even a year after you haven't fully recovered from it yet, I mean, it's not all the cases are like that, but just the prospect of that is fucking terrifying. Or at least should be taken into consideration. Okay, so we lost some turrets up here. Which means I should probably reinforce this. I also think I know why we lost the turrets. It seems like the walls need to be double layered for them to completely block the acid splash damage that these bugs, they sort of attack you with. And then because the turrets don't immediately take them out, the spitters gradually degrade the hit points and remaining durability on said walls. So I hope that for now we can just double layer these turrets and that'll be sufficient enough. I really need to make a factory to make iron repair kits. I've got rubber and iron rods being produced, so it's literally just setting up a couple conveyors for it and then a factory. Let's go over to the west though and reinforce that bit too before it gets out of hand. Because once the turrets start breaking, then the ones further down the line are gonna not like stop being resupplied with ammunition. And that's not a place we want to be. That's like the main Achilles heel of this approach, I guess. It does give you excellent turret coverage, however. Yeah, so here the walls have taken a little bit of damage. And I guess I can use that as like an indicator on where to reinforce, huh? Oh, okay. Have a good night's sleep, Cellfire, and thanks for dropping by. It's good to hear from you. Do hope to see you another time.
The final darkness is nigh.
Oh my god, Jax. Okay. Hello. One amazing person leaves and another amazing person drops by. Unless you've been lurking here for a while. It's good to see you. How did your 24-hour stream go? Because you were doing that the last time I checked you out. And you seemed like a very, very tired man. Just get situated at work. Oh, okay. So that means that you need something to play in the background, I see. Just teasing. It's just like I do remember that saying that that's how you like enjoy the content at least. Okay, so that should reinforce this bit. Now I just need to make like the last 30% of the wall or so. I don't think I've been attacked from the southwest, and determined based on the map layout, I have a suspicion to expect a lot of water that way. I still have some tours out here. I have no idea how well they're doing because I've got no radar covering them, but they do exist. Yeah, I know you slept on stream. I did see that because when I came in, you were like, oh shit, I need to correct the stream title or whatever. So I was aware of that. I hope you still had a nice stream though. It's because you just reached affiliate, right? I hope it does you well. Oh no. Let's... there they are. Hello robots, how are you doing? This is the problem with these robots though. They take so long to recharge. And I can only recharge 2 of them at a time. They store 400 kilojoules. And these generators can produce, I think it's 100 kilowatts. Yeah. And even though I have 2 of them, it still takes a while for them to be done charging. Yes, sir. Well, glad to see that you at least survived. It would have been a sad way to go, at least. Maybe a little bit too terminal there. Okay. Repair kits. No, wait, I do have... Well, I have them handcrafted, I guess. But it probably makes sense to set up a factory for this stuff. Then I just need to try and remember. So I've got stone over here, but all my iron production is over here. I don't think... this is just such a clusterfuck. Yeah, I don't have any stone coming in over here, do I? Oh, nope, that's iron. There should be some stone here. Here. There's even iron. Oh, this is fine. I can just do it down here. What was the last thing? Rubber. I should have some rubber over here. Yes. Definitely needs to get up and stretch more. And tell me all about it. I've been sitting down in the chair all day. Before streaming, I was in class learning about some business development stuff. Belts, that's what we need. Damn, it's getting really hard to remember where everything is. Cyber potato. Yes, indeed. Oh, if I've looked at it, I've beaten it. Not on stream though. I have played it on stream, but I never beat it the second time around. Unless you mean like if I've looked at it more recently in terms of updates. Can create channel points and make redeems for stretches and toe touching, as did Cap. I could also do that with loyalty points. I just decide not to. It's like literally everything you can do with channel points, you can do with loyalty points as well. The only difference is that it's not directly on the Twitch platform.
I don't want to set
Exactly.
the world on fire.
There's also... Think about it. Wait, I thought I had a shorthand version of that. Hold on. Wait, what? Is it only loyalty store? What? Hold on, I'm gonna check that. Is Cloudbot sleeping? Give me a moment. I mean, it's been a while since I've checked up on how Cloudbot is doing, so because it's a custom command and all that. Let's see here. Yeah, so there should be a loyalty store command.
Man, what a bunch of jokers.
Yes. It's not working though. Why are you not working? So you can sort of follow along here. There's the shorthand version, LS.
It just works.
It just works. That's strange. Do any of the other commands work? That's peculiar. Streamlabs is still in chat. I mean, I've done that. Yeah, bot is dead. Yeah, I can't moderate it. It's just dead. Interesting. What if I toggle it? Oh wow, this is not... Whoa, that was not responsive at all. Interesting. What the hell? Well, at least it's working, but why is there a $sign in front of that? Okay, Cloudbot is a little bit drunk right now. All right, give me a moment. I just need to take a quick toilet break. I'll be right back. Feet up. Gotta get comfy, you know? Still cold as shit outside. So I'm still waiting for Dragon's Tribal West stream. I can do something better than that. But we need more followers before that, Toto. I also haven't forgotten the one for 200 followers.
Ah! You scared me!
Yes. Indeed. You did. I really love the goblin sound bites. They're just like so in your face.
Groovy.
Groovy. There's a lot in there. Most of it's sound bites though. Though, as I've already mentioned to Toto and a couple others that were along that day, for the 200 followers, very late celebration stream whenever I get the time, because I need some prep time and such. For that one, I want to do some, what do you call it again? Crowd control? There are different names for it. But basically, it's where you guys get to mess with me while I'm playing a game. And I can hook it up with the loyalty store, so that you can use your loyalty points to redeem like different commands or actions that are going to be carried out. Okay, this corner might need some reinforcement too at some point. Good to know. But yeah, it's like really cool. InstructBot is what it was called. There's the one...
Oh shit, here we go again.
There is the one that you can use that requires channel points and like other Twitch integrations, like it's got integration with bits and subscriptions as well. But I think for obvious reasons, I'm gonna go with InstructBot, because not only does it allow that, but also using loyalty points, which is really cool. It's also got like integration for those of you that might be more curious about it. It's also got integration with like, is it Streamlabs, I think, and their subscription like services or whatever, like, and tips and everything else that you could imagine. So I do have some options there too to make it a little bit interesting, but I'll only contemplate having money involved at all, because, you know, it's just supposed to be for funsies. And if I do include anything there, like, most of the things are just going to be for loyalty points, and only if it's like something really extreme will it be like a donation or tip, as you're supposed to legally call it. So, but we'll see. At any rate, I want to make it so that everyone can participate. I haven't quite figured out what to play yet though, but it could literally be any kind of game. I am thinking about it should be like a platformer of sorts, because they're fairly easy to like play when you're used to them, and there's so many easy ways that you can really just screw with me. So exactly how it works in a technical sense is a bit up in the air, because I've only briefly looked at it. There's like a 30-day trial where you can use InstructBot's full features, at which point you need to buy like a one-time purchase license. And then as I understand it, you buy a license for the API so that you can keep using the software's like features, but you have to like set it up yourself with commands and such. But from what I understand, you can basically like look up if someone else has made something and then just like steal or borrow their homework. Iron repair kits. So we need iron rods, stone, which is here, so iron there. Yoinked. That's another way to say it, I suppose. But yeah, the people have made like stuff for it, so how do I want to do this? Yeah, we can just do this the brute force way. Bloop. But yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to whenever I can make that happen. I'll just need time to do it at some point is all. Also because I want to be able to have like a time window in which it's like, you know, what do you call it? You guys, so that you guys get like enough time to also see that it is actually happening. Because I don't want to say like, oh yeah, it's gonna be tomorrow, and then you guys miss out on it. That would be kind of silly, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's do it like this. Because we need some iron rods down here as well. And especially now that it's like so far behind, like it's been coming for so long. Be ashamed to like do it and then you'd miss out, eh? Also, it's okay for Toto to ask how much was Sunboard in Dragon's Place? Sure. Didn't hear what you said earlier. Have you looked at Dyson Sphere Project? Oh. Wow, Jax. You didn't... Oh, yeah, you're at work. Sorry. One thing at a time. Yes. I have looked at it. I've also played it before. I've also beaten it. But I haven't looked at it recently, in case you're referring to like some recent update. I am aware of it. I have it. I have played it on stream. Not beaten it on stream on like a separate save, but I have played it on a stream for a considerable amount of time at least. Okay. Well, Toto. Let's see here. So according to this, it's currently exactly, and yes, our price is in euro, even though my local currency is Danish crowns, but you know, that's Steam for you. This game, yeah, Factorio? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. I see where you're going with this. Yes. Actually, that was also, like, the big talking point when I was playing Dyson Sphere Project on stream. Tumbling Satellite was also playing it at that point. And he was just as hyped about it as I was. I'm very much looking forward to it. It's gonna be great. I'm very curious also to see how they're gonna implement it though. You're welcome, Toto. I have a suspicion as to why you're asking too. But yeah. Combat in Dyson Sphere program is gonna be interesting. Because right now all we have is like the electromagnetic cannons to send the Dyson Swarm panels into space. Red packets. You mentioned that the other day as well, and I asked about it and you were just dead silent. What are red packets? If you don't mind me asking. Unless you want to keep it a surprise. For now. I've been playing Sunboy for about 3 weeks now and you're like obsessed. Oh, try and ask Toto. Try and ask Toto or Captolamia about that. It's, I've heard it's quite unhealthy. Are these machines keeping up? Okay, let's just take a look here. So 5 rods are required per thing, which means that this is not enough. Okay. I can't be bothered min-maxing this. Just brute force it for now. I can understand why though. Just the sheer amount of interactions there are in that game are really wild. It almost reminds me of what I've been told about Dwarf Fortress to some extent. And you're the one who should watch it. Well, if it's a good game, it's a good game. What else is there to say, I suppose? It wasn't this bend, was it? It was up here. Yeah, this is where the damage is. It's not a lot of damage, but it is some damage. It's a little bit difficult to figure out how I should optimize my hotbar setup. Here's a interesting fact though. Anyone who's ever played this game on a widescreen monitor will almost never need these hotbars. Because like, Peak, he's got a widescreen monitor, right? And every time I've played it with him, it's been a situation where like, oh, you don't use hotbars? And he immediately goes like, no, why would I need a hotbar? And at first, I didn't quite understand how he could play the game without setting up his hotbar so that he had easy access to it. But when you consider that he has a widescreen monitor, and basically he would just have this crafting screen, but then off to the side, and then always open. And then you could see like basically this, I suppose. But still see like everything in the crafting menu. If you like have a smaller UI scale too, then obviously you got more room for it, but just like when he told me like why he didn't need the hotbars, I don't know, there was just something funny about it for some reason. Because until then he'd like not like, I've just been keep telling me like, oh, fucking use your hotbars. Where's it on your hotbar? And he's like, I'm not using a hotbar. I don't need it. And I didn't understand why. But then all of a sudden I did. Let's go and get some more platforms. I'm still not convinced that I've got the math on this one correct. Because it doesn't look like it to me. Could also just be because there's such a large buffer of resources that it's impossible to tell. Because I mean, the furthest most inserter never stops operating. And the thing that makes this a little bit difficult is because you're grinding the stone into gravel, and it's random whether or not you get 1 or 2 pieces of gravel. So that means when you're scaling this up, it becomes more and more unreliable as to how many resources you're actually producing. So like, you're overproducing on the components for the crafting recipes, which can somewhat be used in like an overflow system for a separate factory to make use of those additional recipes, but it'll never be like 100% efficient. So it's like not even necessary to have 2 factories either by the looks of things at the current point in time. And if it ever does become relevant, then I probably need to expand it more than just like 1 additional factory anyway. So that's why, for the time being at least, I'm not really worried about it. God damn it, bugs in your damage. So something I've contemplated over these last couple of days as well, which I might as well share, is that since I'm currently working on business development classes and such, in case you didn't know, I actually have a video game demo that I made a couple of years ago on a project that I started work on like during university and such. But I've never really gotten to the point of a breakthrough where I could live off of it, but that's kind of what I want to try this with this these classes and all the processes that I'm now getting myself involved in, so that hopefully I can like live off of it at some point. And what I'm trying to get at is that at one of my streams it could be interesting to maybe just play it on stream so you guys can see what it's all about. It'll probably be in a couple days from now because I'm still like working on other things. But the entire next week I actually have to like, one of our tasks is that I need to investigate the market and all like the customer aspect, all that stuff. And in relation to that, it would be really great to get some more people to play the game so I can get some more feedback on it. Because I need to also like, what do you call it, validate the idea, if you know what I mean. Basically saying like, oh, there's like an interest in this. And of course, you know, I would ask everyone to be completely honest about everything that they think about it, but maybe like a stream where I just like play it for a couple hours, because it does have enough content for at least a couple hours of play. I mean, it's currently possible to play it indefinitely, but you know, at some point it does get repetitive, because it is just a demo after all. But yeah, I hope you guys would be interested to some extent there. And I'm not forcing anyone, of course, but it would mean a lot to me at least. And again, it won't be like, you know, tomorrow or whatever, but it'll be sometime soon. And it is completely free. I mean, it's a demo, so it's kind of should be obviously free. There's something therapeutical? Wow, that was a hard word to say. Therapeutic, I think is the right word, right? About just building your defenses in Factorio. I don't know what it is. Good thing I'd reinforce this with more turrets, because clearly it's not enough. Okay. I should really just get the rest of the wall finished and then start making the next sciences before the, like, if I get attacked with large spiders, I'm fucking screwed, man. Absolutely screwed. Hopefully we figure something out by then. And I've got it unlocked. So what do we need? I need basic circuit, iron beams, and concrete. I'm not making concrete anywhere yet, nor basic circuits. And the circuits require a lot of, like, 4 different materials, with a lot of sub-assemblies that I haven't even started on. So this is gonna... Ooh, that's gonna take a while. But Blue Research is gonna unlock a lot of stuff for us. Namely, fluid handling for 1. Which... No, that's not the one I'm thinking about. It also it's also where you unlock fuel there, right? Yes. Fuel. And in relation to that, I believe military stage 2. Yes, military stage 2 is also part of that research, which will allow us to make armor piercing rounds and carbon steel. There's a bit of a ways to go to get there though, but I really hope to get there before it gets out of hand. At some point it's also going to be that worry of running out of resources. But I seem to have a good amount of deposits on this mainland island, at least for a while. I mean, there's some pretty big ones over here, but I wouldn't want to transport that without a train at the current point in time, at least. If I can't help it. God damn it, robots. Whenever they go out and automatically repair stuff, I basically just have to wait until they're done. Because otherwise, they're just gonna like run out of power and then they're gonna take forever to get back to me. Like if I were to want to make one massive improvement to these, it's to improve their recharge speed. Or just so that they can fly fast enough and recharge while they're moving with me. Because having to stand still every time is a little bit obnoxious. I guess one solution could be to have less of the robots, but then they almost lose their value, so... or their worth. Now, we weren't being attacked from the south, I guess. So, it must have been these bases over here in the southeastern corner. Those are the ones that have been attacking me. Oil... attacking me oil... not oil, steam engines and stuff. Because they have been doing that. And after all, they do go to, like... more highly concentrated areas of pollution if they go into your factory. So sometimes they just ignore almost your entire base that way and then just like target your power production facilities if they're all in the same location. At least that's what's been happening in my case. And at least because of all of this being run off of steam, even though the pollution is now like heavily concentrated around the entire factory, it all originates just from these, as far as I remember at least, since everything else is run off of steam. Okay, these actually also pollute directly. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Wasn't it like... okay. See, I get it with the furnaces. Because they burn combustible fuel directly. They don't actually run off of steam. Only inserters attached to them. But the factories themselves, like the steam crushers and the assemblers and all that, as far as I remember, let me just double check. Yeah, they don't contribute to any of the pollution whatsoever. Which means at the moment the only things that are actually doing that are my mining drills. Even though they're steam powered. And they're running out of iron up there. Nice. Oh no, never mind. I have the second deposit. Right. The mining drills and these steam boilers. I was looking into it. You can make iron steam boilers. But there's literally no reason to that. Other than saving space. Because they... produce as much pollution as like the copper ones. The only main difference being that they're more compact in that they produce more steam basically, but the pollution is scaled in this like by equal amounts of what it produces, so it also pollutes just the same. In other words, you can make like 2 copper ones and they produce 24 steam per second, or you could make an iron that produces 20 a second. But then they also like the copper ones produce 24 pollution per second and the iron one 20 pollution per second. It's not really any difference there. Okay, that's that corner up there. That one is a little bit more sketch, simply because it's out of my radar reach. Yeah. And one of the next things after this wall's been completed should probably be to make like a radar factory, because they're a little bit obnoxious to produce, as you can tell. It's like, what, 6 different semi-raw components involved? And it's not like a small amount either, so... And that's generally been a lot of the trends in Industrial Revolution so far, that for what it does change, it also seems like a lot of things become more expensive in some ways. And I've run out of inserters again. God damn it. But I don't think it's a negative thing that things are seemingly more expensive. I've always found it a little bit too cheesy that you can just like handcraft everything in a game that's like so heavily focused on automation and factory building. One of the mods that I was using alongside my friends on another playthrough allowed you to pick one of 3 different classes, I think it was. And one of the classes allowed you to melt things in your hand. Like handcraft melting operations. At the cost of some other things. I can't remember what the other things were. I think it was like harvesting speed and or inventory size, that kind of stuff. But basically you could just melt down like oh yes, these are the steam ones, goddammit. But yeah, you could just take like raw ore and turn it into an ingot, or in that case copper plates or whatever ore you're handing with. And it worked for a lot of other things too, like for instance making glass as one example. Literally any recipe that involved the furnace of some kind. Why is that one saying no power? What? Oh, there's no steam in these pipes. Oh, okay. I'll have to check that. As to why that is. For now, let's get some of these. So we might as well take 3 stacks. Well, I'm a little bit worried because that, yeah, none of these have steam, huh? Okie dokie. So it's probably this line that's disconnected somewhere. Oh, oh, I see what the... Oh. I know what the problem was. It's when the insects destroyed a lot of this earlier today. I went ahead and manually replaced a lot of these belts, and I must have accidentally like overridden some of these ground pipes with belts, and then damn, that's actually kind of bad. I'm surprised it kept running that long, because we've been like collecting turrets for a very long time here, and it's just not been hooked up to any steam whatsoever. Destroyed. Okay, that's a little bit alarming. Okay, for the time being, let's see here. We need iron, copper, and glass. I can pick up iron and copper just here because... yeah. So we can just manually pick up a bunch of this. Because I really want to get some radar up. At least where it's impossible for me to tell what's going on at a distance. Because I don't want to like have all the turrets be at 1% hit points and then a massive wave comes in and takes it all down. And any subsequent nearby structures, of course. Oh yeah, I do have this. let's just pick a bunch. That up. Let's put down some radar. Do I want to go up there now? So many, like you can see how many crafting processes there is because there's so many sub-assemblies. It's because you also need to make circuit boards. Well, that's actually quite alright. Because we have to make these anyway in order to make the next tier of research. Which means that if I make it so that we're doing the next tier of research, we also automatically like work on the components for the radar. And I could probably set it up in the same area. There should be a radar in here now, right? Oh. Now there is. So if we just like plonk that down in this corner here, maybe? Now I can also see this base over here. And you can start scanning so we can get a better overview. Yeah, based on where the insects are coming from, there's not much more I can do to like improve the defenses here. Because the water doesn't slow down the aliens, unfortunately. The swimming mod allows you to set it so that water gives you a slowdown modifier. But because of the way that it's implemented, okay, that we can do something about though. And because of the way that swimming is, the speed modifier is implemented, it means that it also affects vehicles, including boats, because it's a completely different mod, right? And it's like, okay, on one hand, it makes sense that it affects vehicles that are ground-based, because if you drive in water, most likely it's going to slow down your vehicle. If it's even capable of driving in water, but you know, it's a video game, so let's just assume that we can drive in water always. And you can set it so that deep water is or is not traversable. I've got it set so that deep water is also traversable simply just because otherwise they would act as like completely blocking barriers to the bugs. And because I can also craft water tiles eventually, you know, I could just close off my entire island with deep water wherever there wouldn't be any, and I would never be able to be attacked ever. So that's why the bugs can just walk across water like a alien Jesus manifestation or something. However, the issue here is then that they're not being slowed down because you basically have to reset that modifier to 1. Otherwise, any boats that you want to make that can sail on water become so slow that like it takes forever to get across. It's like I can't remember, is it given in miles per hour or kilometers an hour in this game? Kilometers an hour. Okay, it is localized that way. So I think it's like I can get this mono wheel to drive around 30 kilometers an hour or something. If I use the default settings for the swimming mod, a regular tugboat, which is basically a car but for water, can only go 6 kilometers an hour. Granted, because you also get slowed down as a player, you know, you can't walk across water fast either. Neither can you drive. But it's basically like so bad that it's unusable. Like, you're not really driving fast enough to even warrant making a vehicle, let alone transport something across water. You're better off like spending the time, effort, and resources making it so that you can make a train track across the water, and then it sort of defeats the whole purpose of even doing an ocean island type world gen map in the first place. So there are like ways around it, but there's also like only so much you can do. In the cargo ships mod, there is a setting that you can use for anyone that's curious. You can modify the movement speed of boats and whatevers, but you can only modify it up to 2 times speed. It defaults to 1 time speed. And for whatever reason, the offerer deliberately set a hard cap of 2 in there. If they hadn't done that, and I didn't actually, I hope actually, I haven't checked yet now that I think about it, but I hope they've gotten back to me about that, because I made a post in one of the discussion threads talking about this swimming issue specifically, that if we are allowed to like set it higher than 2, you can actually circumnavigate that entire swimming speed problem completely by just putting a higher modifier on there. Meaning that, like, oh, if you want to, let's say, reduce the movement speed on shallow tiles to 1/3 of your normal movement speed on everything, then you just need to multiply the movement speed of your ships by, I guess, 3, and then it should be the same as if it, you know, you weren't modifying the speed on water whatsoever. But since it only goes to 2, like, even if you set it at 2, it does make an impact, but it's just not enough. So hopefully he removes that, in my opinion, arbitrary limit. I think I know why they set that limit. I mean, it's their mod, of course, for one. So their mod, their rules. But they did make like a comment saying like boats look really weird when they drive faster than like up towards high speeds, which I'm not really worried about. And it's not really high speeds when you have other mods that come in and play along. Alternatively, an even better solution, granted, would be if the swimming mod didn't affect boats specifically. But I mean, you would still want them to affect vehicles. And then all of a sudden it's like a very specific mod interaction that doesn't have like a generalized solution, but it's very specific to cargo ships. And in my opinion, that's also like it would work, but the likelihood of that happening are very slim. Especially since the guy or person who made the swimming mod hasn't updated the mod for a fairly long time, as far as I could see. So, and this problem, mind you, has sort of existed for a very long time at this point, because it was already a problem the last time I used the swimming mod. Trying to do the exact same thing, honestly. But it's just a technicality. So what I've done this time, so far at least, is to set the modifier to 2, and I've just made it so that you move unrestricted across water. And then, you know, it's just an added challenge, I guess, that the insects can run over the water at full speed. It does also mean that you can't use water as a defensive measure, for better or for worse. For balancing reasons, it's probably for the better. But you know, it could be fun being able to utilize the terrain that way, at least. And not everyone is doing an island hopping map like I am. It's still crafting those radar. Jeez. So much. Ah, my nose is getting a little congested. Bop it up. Pass it on. Pass it on. The really sketchy part here, of course, is if if this initial area here gets cut off, then none of the other turrets are getting any ammo. Yeah, who doesn't like living the life a little bit dangerous from time to time? What time is it? Ah, it's getting late. Just need to make sure that I'm not overdoing it. Okay, so that's gold ore. I have no idea when we're gonna need that, so I'm just gonna not include that behind the wall for now. I'll do these stone deposits though. Haven't quite figured out or made up my mind on how to treat this forest here, because this is so freaking dense. So many trees. And building like a wall around it would be a little bit extreme, but maybe like just across here instead of going all the way around, because that would be silly. Also just really painful to work with. Wouldn't exactly make for the best defensive line either, so...
Burning, looting, bombing, shooting.
Alright, Kana. That's annoying. Cliff sides. Early game most annoying obstacle. If you ever want like a really stupid challenge, just take like the world gen settings and kick up all the settings related to cliff sides. It's gonna be different, let's just put it that way. I actually don't even know if it's completely possible to even play that way, because the probability of you being literally enclosed in impassable and undestroyable walls from the get-go are pretty high, I guess. I have tried like setting the world gen settings to that just to see what it looks like, and there's just rock cliff sides everywhere. So at that point you can basically forget any sort of vision of having like a initial factory that's all like continuous and stuff. Oh my god, also think about it, like until you unlock basic logistics, you don't even have the opportunity to like pass belts underneath cliff sides, or like you have to go it all around. And for like all the factory setups where you need multiple resources, oh my god. Because explosives do take quite a while before you get access to them. All the while that, you know, you don't have access to a bunch of other features as well. Because it's not just that, it's also the fact that the belts, or underground belts I guess, and everything else that you've got available are also very limited in reach. It's definitely a lot to consider. Screw it. And I do know that we're not getting attacked from this direction really, but I'm not taking any chances. Especially not if we start, like, imagine starting to build a network of like transport ships and all that jazz, and then all of a sudden your main base, while you're really far away, gets attacked from a blind spot in your defenses. That would not be nice. That would actually suck quite a lot. Another interesting, like, world setup challenge, which some of you who've played Factorio might be aware of and have seen, is like something to the tune of that train world setting they have. It's like a default world gen setting. It basically changes the world gen setting so that resource deposits are further apart from each other. I don't remember if it also makes them smaller in size, but like when playing around with that idea at least, and I'm using some of those same some of the same concept on this save actually, was to like set the frequency low, which is not exactly what I'm doing here, but I'll get to that. But yeah, set the frequencies for the deposits to low, but then the amount of resources in there fairly high, meaning that the idea being where you... Oh, also the field sizes, so they're like small, highly condensed, but very spread apart fields of resources. That's what you basically gotta imagine. So the idea then is that it'll take a while before the resource deposits deplete, but you also need to build a lot of logistics to transport it everywhere that it needs to be. And if you want to scale up your productions, you might have to like make use of multiple remote deposits sooner, simply because the throughput of those mines are going to be limited as well. Because I think I'm pretty sure the regular train world settings are just like, oh, low frequency deposits, so they're further apart, but they're normal sized, so once you get out far enough, the challenge kind of goes a little bit, because yes, you need to move them far and such in order to use them for anything, but the resource deposits are also massive. At which point it's like, you know, you just add in more trains, I guess. I think it's a bit more interesting when the resource deposits are more condensed too. And I've done a similar thing here, right? So that's why all of these resource deposits, even the ones that are further out, like this is a really big one. And I think that's probably as big as they're ever going to get, the big ones. But I mean, these stone deposits have like several million in them, but they're very condensed. Which basically means you also have to optimize the placement of your mining drills. Now, there is one caveat though, because this is an island world. And that is that if you set the frequency to low, you could make it almost impossible to get certain ores. Or not certain ores, but all ores in general. And the reason why is that the world gen doesn't consider water placement as a factor for whether or not you even get access to resources. Which means that because water gets generated after resource placement, it's very likely that if your frequency is too low, all the ore deposits, or a majority of them at least, will spawn in locations where water is just going to override them. Which means that if there's like a ton of ore deposits where to spawn in the ocean here, you know, you just don't have those ore deposits. Which means that in my case, I set the frequency a little bit higher actually, so that the likelihood of them spawning on island terrain are improved. And then I balance it out by setting like the world settings for the islands themselves so that they're fairly small. And then like because the islands are small but the resource deposits are more condensed, you still like have the opportunity to get enough resources so that you don't constantly have to go new places. And then to make it a little bit more playable, I also tweaked the starting size to be larger and to make it balanced in terms of enemies. I also set their base frequency spawn rate up. Because normally the way the game works is that the further out you go to a certain point, the amount or the density of like enemies is gonna gradually increase, just as with their base sizes. Anyone who's ever like just gone into admin mode and just gone really far out on a brand new save will know that even on a completely fresh save, if you go out just far enough, eventually you get to the highest tier enemies anyway. Like they'll just be pre-spawned in further out, and the bases will be as if it's like at full evolution already. So that's something to consider as well. It's really difficult though to try and balance all these things. That's at least what I've learned. Because it's like, okay, you can say sort of, you get that preview and you can sort of determine, okay, this is the field sizes and this is like how big these fields that I can see are, but you don't really know what the world gen is like until you go out far enough. So for instance, like I could see just basically what I can see now on the world gen preview, actually like a little bit less than that. So I did notice that if I set the starting area to be larger, not only did it push alien nests spawning further away, but it also made the island bigger. Because at first I was like worried, oh, if I set these island settings too like small and condensed, it's just going to make it impossible for me to build a factory big enough to actually get started and out and away from here. So by increasing that starting size, I at least make sure that I've got enough starting space. And I mean, there does seem to be an island over here, but it's very possible that it just like rounds off like this and this is all I get. And there seems to be probably some land down here. But I mean, there's also islands like these, which are like, you can use them as like a refueling depot, but there's not even any resources here. It's just a sand bank in the middle of the ocean. And once ships get involved, they need to be able to travel all the way across this, you know, without refueling. So that's something I'm very curious to see how well that's going to work. Hopefully it's not going to be an issue. And if regular world gen is anything to go by, it's going to be a little bit chaotic, with some places having like long distances between islands, and then other areas that are almost like giant continents basically, or smaller continents, I guess. But only time will tell. And I mean, this entire factory is still running off of steam power too. And not only that, but due to the way that it's designed, I literally cannot drive through this place. Not even with the motorcycle. I've tried, but even with paths that are too wide and like trying to avoid belts, areas like these, you just get snagged onto these pipes. And when that happens, sometimes there's nothing else you can do than just remove your vehicle and replace it. And that kind of removes all reason to even try using vehicles in there. Eventually, though, it would probably be nice being able to drive through the base. But I mean, eventually it's also going to be replaced entirely by electricity. So, that time, that worry, I suppose. Belts, that's what I came for, and I went up after bloody platforms. No, not belts. No, it was platform. Wait, what? I think it was platforms I came for. Have electricity poles. Let's just do a check. Have a few turrets remaining. Yeah, it must have been the platforms. Yeah, only have a couple hundred. If I could build like a steampunk roboport right now, that would be really helpful, but guess we don't. I really hope those walls are gonna last. Otherwise I'm screwed. I also have a feeling that I'm reaching the capacity for my power production. I haven't even looked at this yet. Can I see it in here? Actually, even? Do I need to look at a power connection? I probably need to look at a power connection. Fucking billions of different types of items. Stats. Yeah, the radar are pretty expensive power-wise. Electric inserters, not so much. Everything counts though. I do have these steam engines. They are being produced. But it's like going to be so much work if I want to convert the entire factory to electricity now that it's basically going to be starting completely over. And I just don't see any reason to do that. So at least for the time being, I'm just going to continue running off steam. One thing I did notice that is possible though is that if I make charcoal, or I guess coke as it's called in this case, I would be able to like improve my fuel efficiency and reduce my pollution at the same time. Amongst the fact that, you know, I would have infinite fuel at my disposal. That is one other benefit of this. It does require a lot of space to accomplish this, because you need to make 1 billion wood farms. And that's maybe a little bit out of scope for what I can and want to do at the moment. Yeah, it seems like the walls are doing okay. Ripped trees. That's another thing. The trees that were originally, or and are still in the area, I suppose, they're not looking too good anymore. And for anyone that doesn't know, whenever a tree in Factorio dies out completely, it stops contributing to pollution removal entirely. One way of figuring that out, I guess, is that you can look on this pollution thing here. You can see it trees. But as it says here, it'll say pollution absorbed by damaging trees. And at some point, like the way it works is that I can't remember how many stages, but the trees have, I believe, 3 or so stages that they can go between. And the last, like the first stage is, you know, they're completely healthy and there's nothing wrong with them. They're just existing as well tended to trees, I suppose. Like they're doing fine. And the last stage is that they're dead. And when they're dead, they completely shrivel up, and once they are in that state, they can never recuperate. That's at least how the base game makes it. Which means that also in the base game... oh yeah, maybe I should start on the other end. Maybe that's a better idea. It means in the base game that at some point, the only things in an area that are able to combat pollution is the terrain itself, which is very limited in how much it actually can maintain. So, since you can't replant trees in the vanilla game or sort of revive these dead trees, I suppose, once they're dead, there's no going back. And that's also why, if you have a massive area of healthy trees like this, you know, you do want to try and spare as many of them as possible when you're making your factory. Similarly, of course, you know, you don't want to like make a factory right where there's a massive giant beneficial forest. That being said, though, I do have the ability to plant new trees due to mods. So there is at least that in my case, which is why I'm, you know, not that worried about taking out too many trees. You can even automate it at some point. Doing so is rather expensive, however. Well, let's just make this. Oh shit, that's expensive. Okay, let's make as much of it as we can. But yeah, so in the base game, the only way that you can really deal with the pollution to try and make it not kill your trees is to spread your factory layouts more. Goes without saying, if you spread out your factories that pollute out over a wider area, the trees can not only combat the pollution, but completely neutralize it as well. Alternatively, you can also, of course, go for more greener solutions like solar panels. Research that I haven't even unlocked yet. But you can do that, though the issue with solar panels is that they require not only a lot of materials, but also a massive surface area. The issue with the materials being is you can never truly go completely green, even with solar panels, since the mining drills collecting the ores and materials for producing said solar panels do pollute on their own as well. And that also means that when you're making satellite bases, that's why you want to protect them, right? But a lot of you probably already knew that. Something you can do to try and like get the most out of best worlds, I suppose, is if you also try and like limit placement of these solar panel farms into areas such as deserts. Because believe it or not, the terrain itself does, I did sort of mention that I guess, and I've said it before, but terrain does also improve like, or neutralize some of the pollution, although very little. And only certain types of terrain do it as well. That's why with bioindustries you have the possibility of terraforming terrain into grassland as well. And if you do so, it does actually have an impact on pollution too. That's also why, since I'm on an island here, pollution spreads very far, though not highly condensed. And I mean, you can even see the trees over here eating up some of the pollution. Similarly, that's also what, you know, makes enemy bases produce units. The bases basically eat up pollution, and you can consider, I guess, you can sort of consider it as a type of currency that they use to spit out aliens or bugs. Meaning that, you know, the bugs that come and attack you in large hordes are literally sort of a byproduct of the fact that you're polluting a lot. Not just the fact that they are attacking you, but the sheer size of the attack too. Which also means that if you prevent pollution from arriving in any of these nests in general, you also cut down on the size of the attacks to begin with. If not completely halting them too. Let's get some of these. Well, we're almost done with the wall, at least for now. Just want to see how the radar are doing. Okay, I guess it's just like a random shallow water out there. Like, damn, that's a massive ocean. If you really think about the size of this factory here and then compare it to the size of this ocean, that's... oh boy. I'm excited. In other words, the villain Factorio is you? Yes. Actually, there is... now that I remember, I don't remember... I haven't played the tutorial for the game in a very long time. But at least I do recall that when it was first introduced, it did have a little bit of a story building aspect to it as well. And it's basically that you crash land on the planet, as you'd expect. And you're just trying to sort of escape. That's why you're sending out a satellite. So that you can basically get someone to come and rescue you, I think it is. That was at least the original story or something like that. Which also means that, as you say, you are technically the villain because although you came here potentially unwillingly through like a crash, like a meteorite, asteroid impact or whatever in space, or whatever it may be, you're ultimately the one who's causing all the damage to the planet. For better or for worse, storyline wise. It's the same with Satisfactory. You're technically, I suppose, also a bad guy there. Why can I not? For some reason I wasn't... That's not the recipe. Wait a minute. What? Huh? Oh, it's a mixer. God damn it. I was so freaking confused. That makes sense. Use the right machine, you dum-dum. Also... Actually, why didn't I just... I can be lazy. I think I have an idea on how to do this. Oh, okay. Slight change. Need to move it one more. And we're gonna do like this. I guess we can just move it down here. I don't see why not. There we go. There's also an iron chest that's pretty sizable. And then what I am thinking I can do is just like this. So now this should be scalable. I can like make more of these steam mixers down the line and then just make more of these crushers. I guess there's not really room for it because they would stick into the ocean. But yeah, that's the thing. This should at least make it so that I'm making use of the extra resources that are being randomly produced in excess. It's not really an exact science when it's randomized like that. But at least it should be a little bit more efficient. I'm contemplating if I can get away with another one. If that's the case, then my math on this would become... Well, I guess there's the... It's not necessarily my math is wrong, but... I can be lazy. At least in very limited quantities, I can be lazy. Or steam my head. Literally. What do we even need for concrete? Oh, great. The same resources as to make platforms, but more. No, wait. Not more. Well, different ones. And then water. I guess we'll make that in the southwest because there were those, there were the deposits down there. Might as well make use of those. Also because it's a bit closer to where I'm currently producing iron, so... Some of these things are just so much in the way. One weird side effect of the fact that movement speed on water is modified only by like 1, or you know, it's normal movement speed, is that I'm actually running faster on water than on land. Wow. That was 1 point. Apart from these sandy shallow waters, which are like tiles that are introduced through the biomes mod, and I think they are at least, and they're not affected by the speed change, sadly. But yeah, the alien biomes mod, which is why there's like purple terrain and snow and sandy beach areas and a lot more that we haven't even seen. Like, I think this is or sorry, like this over here might also be modded. Like there's some purple palm trees around here, and that's not just because of pollution. That is the biomes mod. It's really cool. Like even if you're just playing vanilla, I would give it a shot if I were you, because it just adds so much visual variety to your gameplay without really like changing the gameplay itself. And it adds like a ton of terrain. If anything, if you want an example of why and how much, this is the Factorio tab, which lets you sort of terraform at like a low cost, which, you know, I don't want to abuse this. This is just like if I ever want to mess around with it, I can. But all of these tiles are the different tile variations for the different terrain. And there's just like so much in here. And that's like for all the different biomes. There's also the different types of trees in here and different types of rock. Just in case you were curious. Oh, it's over here. No, they're doing okay. Oh, this is what I like to see. This is a lot of iron. And the box is full of ammo. Wow. Yeah, the box is full of ammo. Crazy. Nice. Well, I did run out of turrets though. That's always the thing, isn't it? You always run out of something you don't necessarily expect. Come on, recharge. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, at least we're not too far away from the turrets where they're being made. And if the ammunition is anything to go by, we probably have a good amount of turrets as well. Don't want to go down on iron production. But I'm definitely feeling more safe now than at the beginning of the stream today. So it's good progress. The only thing that's going to be an absolute chore is if I need to change the type of ammunition that these guys use. Because that will require literally changing the whole system. Like, the easiest way to do that would probably be to extract it in one end and then insert it in at the beginning of everything. Though that would take a long time. Because it basically goes, like, if you really think about it, it goes through every single turret one at a time by emptying it. And instead of emptying it directly, you know, it empties it out into the turret next to it. So, like, for each turret that you have in your wall, the next turret that's to be emptied is going to be needed, like, basically has to be emptied an additional time. So if you assume that each turret also has 10 ammunition in it, you can see why it would take a while. Even if you're moving multiple cartridges at the same time. One way to speed up that process would literally just be to walk around the entire wall, and hold down control, I think, and then left click. Because that makes you extract, right? Yeah, that makes you extract the items out of the inventories. So you could just like manually pick it up. But then that issue, or that also opens up the other issue of like, now your turrets don't have any ammo. So if that particular segment of the wall gets attacked before it's restocked with ammunition, yeah, not so good. Just the remaining platforms. That's actually funny. So because of the way these platforms are implemented, okay, just damaged, not destroyed. Lost like one wall or something. This is a sketchy spot for sure. But yeah, because of the way this works, you actually move faster on the platforms as is than if I were to put stone bricks on top of it. That's why there's stone bricks everywhere. Obviously to improve movement speed. Because as soon as I walk in, especially like sand and snow makes you super slow. Can we actually see that here? Yeah, you can actually see the movement speed in Factorio on, on some of the things. Oh, right. Because everything where it doesn't mention it, it's probably not modified. Sand reduces it by 20%, so does... That's white sand. Pretty sure there's like snow somewhere too. Yeah, doesn't really matter. Oh, it's up in the top. That's also 20%. And it doesn't just affect your player, again, it also affects your vehicles. So basically, if you're ever using the biomes mod, just consider not settling in like a large desert or like snowy area. It's just gonna make everything take longer to do. Conversely though, I do have the asphalts mod, which allows you to make like asphalt roads. I don't have it unlocked yet. It's basically one of the next things I can research. But these improve the movement speed by 50%. And as a matter of fact, well, actually, is it even... Hold on. There's also the other concrete. I'm just gonna double check just before I say anything. Yeah, it's the same movement speed as on this refined concrete, so that's cool. But basically, like, if you take your vehicle onto those and use them as roads, your vehicles will also move up towards 50% faster. Which, it can get a little bit crazy, let's just put it that way. You can drive very fast. I think the default speed for the car is like 50 kilometers an hour. But if you put it onto those, it's, you know, an additional 50%. So, and on top of that, if there is the option to do so, you might even be able to improve the speed even further by using a different type of fuel as well. You know. Well, that and the acceleration. Okay. Yeah, this should be enough platforms for this last bit here. I've also contemplated one time maybe wanting to try out water block for Factorio, which is literally just what it sounds like. It's similar to playing Minecraft Skyblock, but it's Factorio and it's on water. And as far as I've looked into it, you essentially have like a single block as of water as your starting point, or sorry, a couple tiles of dirt as your starting point, and then the early game is like you acquiring algae, I think, from the water, and then using that to make platforms with to expand it over time. And other than that, I honestly don't know much about it. I assume there's going to be some way of acquiring ores eventually. Maybe through like some deep drilling to make it ex nihilo, because I don't see many other ways that you could do that. But yeah, you should be able to like play the game in its entirety and eventually launch a rocket just like you normally would. And there might even be mod support for like Industrial Revolution, for instance, which adds custom ores in there. I don't know though. Okay, this one is a little bit special. No, actually, let's not do that. This is going to be like the end point for this massive conveyor system. Which means that if I ever need to like extract all the ammunition from them and don't want to do it manually, I can just do it from here, hopefully. It's not the best location considering that it starts over here right now. But the beauty of this is that I can at least like, say, draw a line of belts going north so that it injects ammunition up here as well. Because the big issue with this system, of course, is that the throughput of this is quite limited. So when they use ammunition on this weak spot and another weak spot and a third weak spot simultaneously, then some of the critical areas later down the line are going to take more and more time eventually before you get them restocked. Because they have to wait for like ammunition to pass through from the other places, which might be eaten up before it gets to them due to like defenses being in use or whatever. I guess I can get rid of this setup, which I probably should do, to be fair. And just replace it with a regular radar that's just connected to the electricity grid here. Because I did make like a simple coal mining and steam production facility here just to power this radar, but since that mining drill, when it operates, pollutes, I think it's better to just not have that and just make it go off the regular electricity grid now that's up and running. Did I just pick up a diamond? What? There's diamonds in that ore. What? You can actually sort of see this, like a small difference here. Like a small, minute difference. Okay. There's diamonds in them coal. No idea what diamonds are used for though. What time is it? Yeah. I think that's about a pretty good time to like call it 30-day stream at least. Because I am actually getting hungry and have been actually for a little while now. So I think it's probably good if I just end it on this, because I can't really start anything major before I would have to leave anyway, so it's probably better to just stop it here. I guess we can go up and build an additional radar up in the northwest here. That should give us complete coverage of the base. Calm down, Toto. Calm down. Such enthusiasm. It's almost like you want to get rid of me. Yeah, let's put the last one down as well. Need more power production. That's something I want to work on next too. Bubby-dub. That's a problem. Still better than not bidding farewell. Yes, that is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. I will give you more than plenty of time though. Alright, let's save the game here. Bloop. I have like multiple saves at this point, so I can actually go back in time and show off what it used to look like. I mean, it's not really like I've removed major parts yet, so there's nothing major about that. I also realized I was streaming in desktop mode, not in Factorio mode. It's not really that big of a difference. I think it's like, yeah, it's just the webcam size is a bit small. That's okay. That's okay. Let's go over here. Aha! Now I am massive. All right. Let's see. Is there anyone active on Twitch that I feel like we should say hi to? I have a feeling I want to go and say hi to him. Well, that's pretty much it for today. It's the second time I've played Factorio. I hope it's been interesting to you. I do try and keep it entertaining as much as possible. And remember, you're always welcome to ask questions. I do like talking about video games after all. It is really cool. But yeah. Again, it's a bit up in the air when I'll be streaming moving forward. But so far, I've been able to stream relatively frequently at least, so I hope that I can keep this up, but I can't promise us anything again. So if I'm gone for the entire next week, don't panic, though that probably won't happen, but I am still here. So anyways, thanks for everyone who's been dropping by. It's good to see that that you haven't forgotten about me. And I will see you all on another one. Thanks for today and have a good one. Do stick around for the raid, and I'll see you all next time.